Mm, 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 mm. Ooh. Wow, that was all very exciting. One sec. Let me kill this so we get rid of the echo. All right, that should do it. I can see myself. Can you hear me? It says there are a couple people out there, so hey. So you can hear me, everything's fine. Where is my camera actually focusing? All these important things. Where's my stylus? How we doing? How we doing? There are just a couple more of these I need to download real quick. Load tool from project. Okay, load tool from project. I think that's right. Okay. I believe we are good. So, hello, how are we doing? Everybody have a good week or 2 weeks? Everybody watch the summit? It was pretty exciting. Other than being a complete mess, I think I'm doing okay. I was all prepared, and then at the last minute, I realized I had it to redo my or update my driver's license. So, needless to say, I was racing to get that done online, and because my birthday's coming up, and you have to do it before your birthday, blah blah blah. But I realized that, so it was a race because I forgot to do stuff. All right. So tonight we are doing crits until we run out of crits. And man, my white balance is weird. It's very blue. I have an incandescent and a non-incandescent, and the white balances are off. Do I look green or blue or anything? Oh, is the camera in focus? Yeah, looks like we're in focus. Okay. Uh-oh. I completely just wiped camera off the screen. Good going there, buddy. I am ridiculous. Why is that misbehaving? I've lost OBS. Is this not just a joyful stream? Let's watch Tomas struggle with, oh, there it is. Way down in some weird corner. Okay. Let's watch Tomas struggle with a computer every week. I know. Rough guys. Okay, let me see if I can find my camera again. Okay, you're down here. Ooh. And it is inverted. Oh, I see what I did. I grabbed the corner and just drug it. Look at that. Exciting stuff, huh? Ooh, today I will be coming to you from Antipastoville. Let me just... There we go. Always making it easy for myself. There we go. All right. Or is that too much me? I don't know. Goodness gracious. First 15 minutes is me trying to figure out how to use the tools of my trade. All right. So did everyone watch the summit, or did anyone watch the summit? Was that did you enjoy that? There's some very good new features coming, which I'm pretty excited about because let's face it, every time they have new features, it makes things better. It's awesome. So all I see is people on Twitch. Can someone from YouTube and someone from Facebook shout out so I know that we are running? Because that's something that Henry usually does, but he has late meetings, so he's not going to be here. It's Monday, or he's going to show up later. Right. Okay. So I think we might just start at the top here. That's mine. That's mine. Miko. Boop. Look at that. How we doing, Miko? Oh, I'm totally not even in voice chat. See, these are all things that Henry does without me even knowing. So give me 1 second. Let me get Discord set to group chat. Twitch streaming chat. There we go. Lamiko, are you there? There you are. Are you talking? There you are. All right, there we go. Woo! So anybody who wants to actually talk, they can go into our Discord, and I guess I have to give you this little or send an invite. Copy. And here, right? That's our Discord channel, so anybody who wants to sign in the Discord and join us on Discord, that's super good. Sorry, it's slow running. See, Henry's important to have in the world. Okay. We're here. You can hear us. I still don't see anything from YouTube or this says it's working, so I guess we'll just assume it's working.
It works on YouTube.
Okay, good. So YouTube and Facebook are working. See, you guys. Okie dokie. Here we go. So what do we got going here, Miko? Doing skulls?
It's like a skull.
Sure.
Just based on the shape did by Ryan for ZBrush.
Yeah, the ZBrush base model.
I was mostly eyeballing it, like putting a reference around and copying.
Yeah. Shape. Nope, that's a good way to do it, without a doubt. And you're not going for anatomical precision here. You're just redoing the skull, right? Just to get the feel of doing a skull.
Yes.
Okay. So here, the one thing I would suggest doing, and it might be just you haven't gotten there yet or whatever, but a lot of these skulls just have straight lines as teeth. You know, I would set them up this way and then come in with your. Let's go X. Let's get that going, and come up with slide. And you can just slide these up and around so these intersections become, the insets that they are. Because, teeth are actually going up into the skull. And now, by slide, you can see I have some distortion there, but that's a really easy way to get there before you start doing the twists and stuff. Another way of doing it is just like using move or move elastic as a way to get it up there. Especially at this point where you don't have where your teeth aren't a level plane, this can work to getting you up and in place a little quicker. You're just trying to get that inset. And, you know, to prep them even more, you can, woo, you can map. That's not mask, mask. Mm. Mm-hmm. And grab move. And you can sort of do it this way as well. You're pulling it up, and these pull these back down and in a little. And I'm not being real respectful to that edge at the moment, because I still like to use twist to define these sockets, but this is at least getting your meat sort of in the place and ready to do the twisting. SK twist. Oop. So when they're coming in, here the tooth is on the outside, so you come in from the other direction. But then up here, the tooth is on the inside. So there's this transition where this goes back behind the teeth. So that's something you can think about. It's not something that's super important unless you're getting really, really detailed. You know, you can just go through, do your rotation. So the tooth is behind that crack, right? And so that sets up that socket. And then you can take slash or orb cracks and come in and crack it towards the gum, right? Thinner at the tooth, fatter at the gum. And that gives you the feeling, and then just come back in and tap these. And that can give you that gap transition there at the tooth. And then because you have those lines, I would come up with clay fill and just fill this in so there's a little puffiness to it. And then you can control where you remove the materials. You know, because like if you're sculpting, you sort of get these things happening. But that way you're deciding where they are, not just allowing that brush to dictate everything. So that's why I would clay fill it first and then come back in and start to futz with this. Right? And I think your teeth are a little chiclety. You know, you probably want slightly bigger teeth. Probably something like that. Your teeth kind of poke out. Because your teeth are sort of the shape of your lip cone, right? Because your teeth sort of sit like that. They're not straight. They have sort of a slant out. And then obviously we, you know, get the teeth sort of the right shape. You know, I'm just in here hacking, so. Mm-hmm. You notice I'm using that cutting tool, but I'm cutting up and in. I'm not cutting down and around. I'm not separating them. I'm pushing that up. And that's where, once again, you take SK trim or flatten or polish edge, where you just change this angle just a touch where it's cutting up and in instead of being a bulb. And here you can take slide. And now those faces are, and just organize that. And that gives you a length to the tooth as well, like poking it up and into the skull. Right. And then normally I'll come back and do a pinch over. And that kind of closes these gaps and gives the teeth sort of that flare at the bottom that they have. And that leaves the gap up by the gum line, right? And I stretch these out so these are a little S curvy, but I think that gives you an idea, right? So from there, you can do it. That's interesting. Is that how short Brian's teeth are? So from that to, you could do it. Excuse me. My favorite brush, I use clay tubes pretty much for everything. Konnichiwa. There we go. That's funny that his still has such a short thing. Well, maybe there's a little link there that I'm not seeing here. One second. Yeah, you close this hole in a little. So the other thing here that's making your upper jaw look short is this got thick in here. And as that opens up, it sort of lengthens this upper palate. And I think that's more helpful. Come on. Why are you not work? Like you can see through there pretty solidly, you know. Once again, I think your teeth are a little small. And don't anyone send me a picture of a skull that has small teeth. I know that every skull's different. I'm just speaking in generalities. Although that people find like some weird little hobbit skull that has like a little see, here's a skull with chiclet teeth. It's like, oh, you're killing me. That's something in that vein. Usually that's a little bit more dramatic a curve. Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
I just have nothing to say.
You just got really quiet. I was like, what's going on? And I think these are actually just a touch more. but it's pretty darn close. I think, so this isn't just a ridge, this is actually a cross under. Like there's a, like the bone actually shuffles around. And just see how that, just by doing that, we've helped that orbital bone look like it's actually where it needs to be instead of like a pinch. Yeah. The bone's a little weird there. What's going on there? Is that how he has his jawbone, really? I think normally you're going to get, instead of it being so blocky, usually there's a little bit more of a curve in this. It looks a little bit more like that as opposed to just a square. Yeah, but other than that, looks awesome. You're definitely getting the feel of your surfaces and stuff, you know. I like it. It's good exercise.
Thank you very much. I will look how I can improve it on the basis of what you said.
Yeah, I think that like this is a good base. It's a good foundation. But if you go to you know, those books, I think that some of those facial feature books and stuff show you where the insertions and origins on the skull are, and it gives you a slightly better proportional, you know, image, I guess. But it looks good, without a doubt.
Sounds.
Of course, my brother. All right. Who's next? Hello, hi, Cyberdart.
There is also a face reading.
Oh, there's another one in here. Oh, here it is. Sorry. I just looked next and... Was that one yours? Did you do the pumpkin guy? Or was that from last week?
No, it's not mine.
Okay.
Mine is that with the girl.
Yeah. Oh, right. Now look at how much more interesting this turban is than your original flat sculpted turban on the guy on the horse, right? Like this have depth, this has, you know, things are actually going over and under. I think that you might want to flatten some of these out just a touch so they're not quite so pillowy. You know, just get in there and get some flats going. Because these are, you know, folded fabric. So coming in and defining those as slightly edgier flat things will sell that this is a flat folded thing, not balloon animals. You know, you don't want everything to look puffy. Because these are things that are sitting on each other, and you know, these folds are actually pretty thin. But your shapes are great. You know, you're definitely, you got the idea of the over and under and having things be and do what they are. So that's good. I think if you just come in and crisp some of that up, you see what I mean? It sort of looks a little bit more like fabric than pillows. So I think that looks good. This is good. If you're going to have the 6 be the, or the 9, whichever it is, I just happen to be looking at a 6. You just want to make sure that, you know, that's not going to pound down into anything super dramatic. So, you know, where you're giving them that 6 and you're going to have some longevity with it. So I would consider the move infinite Z. Is this not set up? Okay. Move infinite Z. This. Okay. We want move infinite Z. Your alignment is not the same as my camera. I see. So we want move infinite Y. I love it when my little camera indicator lies to me. So I'm just bringing the 6 down a little. And bringing that up a little. And then if you make it where X and Z, no, X and Y, okay. Just where this stuff is higher than the 6, right? You're going to keep the 6 longer. Because if someone's buying that because it is a 6, you know, that's an important design feature. You don't want to allow them to not, you know, get it flattened. So having something that is going to function as that striking plate to retain the detail, I think you may want to, and you know, that might hold up fine, right? You know, it might just flatten down and be cool, but it also might flatten down non-symmetrically and be weird. And it's funny, a lot of people buy the things for these little details. So don't allow anything you think that could be a purchasing indicator or a reason someone purchased something to be the thing that disappears, you know, through the constant beating of the ring.
I didn't think about this from this point of view. I thought that 6 will just be a striking plate itself.
Yeah. And that's cool if no one cares if you can read that 6 in 3 years, you know, or if they work at a bar with a marble countertop 3 nights, you know, you go out and drum along on a marble countertop, you've just lost all detail of anything you've ever had on the bottom of your ring. It flattens out. And that's why we have the striking plates. So like if you did this solid and then put the 6s on the side, right, that would last 40 years because you're not getting it. If it's flat and you cut it into the striking plate, that could last a long time, but it'll still get a little lumpy and distorty. So if you have something that's, you know, really distinctly something you want, I would suggest putting it below the surface and creating like 2 side striking plates. So they're going to retain the 6 when you slam that thing around on stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's the only thing I would say about our striking plate.
So they will have no reason to buy another one because the 6 retain it fine. And
no, because you're going to come out with one that has a 5 down here, and they're like, hey, you know, my 6 lasted 5 years. I should buy a 5, and maybe it'll last 6 years. Now, the nice thing about jewelry is that if it holds up, it's not that people won't buy another one that makes people want to buy more of them. If you have something and it dissolves in 2 weeks, they're going to be pissed. So, you know, because most people buy jewelry as landmarks for something. You know, it's like, oh, I want X, I want Z. You know, there aren't a ton of people that just go out and say, hey, you know, I want new jewelry. It's like, oh, it's a birthday. Oh, it's a this, it's a that. You know, there are shoppers, don't get me wrong, but, you know, that looks nice. You know, the face is fun and stylized. Your eyes are looking out. So I learned something interesting. I learned that your eyeball angling, if you're looking straight, is actually at about a 3-degree tilt out. Your eyes actually don't look 90 degrees forward, which I thought was interesting. But these don't look cross-eyed, so that's fine. You know, like when you make things that are actually looking straight ahead, often your characters look cross-eyed, and it has something to do with, you know, the bow of the lens. When you get straight forward, you kind of can fall into like cross-eyed looking at your nose. So your eyes naturally sit at like a 3-degree canter out. So you're not actually, it's opening up your peripheral vision. So for dead center, you're sort of getting dead center as a crossover peripheral vision. And that is also why those, you know, the eye puzzles where you cross your eyes, and as long as you can get them to cross over, it turns into like stereo optic 3D sort of looking. So that has to do with that eye angle as well. Who knows? I mean, your character is falling within, you know, your character design stuff. So, you know, there's no point in saying, oh, well, you know, the lips actually blend in here. You know, this is stylization, so that's not an issue. I would just say make sure, and these aren't bad, but just make sure that these are actually, if they're coming out from behind something, that they are coming out from behind it. You know, it's not just a pucker there right at the end. Make it look like a natural transition of something sitting behind. Stop that. Okay. Nope, it's fun. Once again, the only thing I would say as far as rings go, you may want to just squish it just a touch, just to prevent the thing sticking so tall off. Hey Jeff, how you doing? No, this is Mod Dirty Blue. You can get it on Pixologic's downloads area, and it's Mod Dirty Blue 1. I think it's the first one on the 4th square from the bottom. And with this, you may actually want to consider... Nope, not Infinite XYZ. You know, if you do flatten it out, you can go back in and punch some depth into that. And see, now it doesn't look quite so flat. You know what I mean? But you're flattening it out for height. Also for cost. That can substantially... Hey, Oil, how's it going, man? It can become really problematic to wear as far as putting it in your hand and in your pocket and in your bag, and you know, they become traps.
Yes, indeed, I am really concerned about the design of this hat.
Yeah, I would just say bring the tip of the hat back and down like that, right? You can still have the pillowing of it, you know. So I'd say just kind of work your silhouette, something like that, flatten it down just a touch. And, you know, you can always come back in and just pull some depth into it, but pull the depth into the ring instead of pulling it out and away. You can download my UI. Henry's not here, so I don't have all the just the hit links. But if you go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, .com, and there's a little thing that's like, it says sign up for the mailing list. If you do that, you can get our UI for free and some of the brushes and this material and all of that. You can download all of that. For those of you on YouTube, if you like what you see, hit subscribe. There you go. See, hit subscribe or hit the little bell if you want messages or follow. And that's really important for us, you know. So please do that. And also, if you have any questions, leave it in the messaging section there, and I or someone from Pixologic will answer your questions from there. All right. So we got ZBrush. And if you join the, it says join. I haven't looked at it in a while. It used to say join email or get on email list. You can get all that from there. Let's see. Can I send a render image for critique? Sure, of course. I mean, you know, we can only critique it so much as a object, you know, but yeah, of course. I'm willing to look at anything. So Jeff, how do you feel like being a big winner? Jeff was one of the people who won one of our lifetime memberships to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop at the ZBrush Summit. He's now a member. It's very nice. Custom. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, without a doubt. I thought you were asking for my UI. If you want to create your own UI, sorry, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth here. Normally, Henry answers a lot of these questions. So, this is saving a monstrous file. So there's a tab I'll show you in just a second where you click. And I'll show you how to just move stuff around in your UI. It's easy, really. It's not hard. So if you go to Preferences, and you go under Configuration, Enable Customize Configuration. And now all you do is hold down Control and Alt, and you see how I can move this around. So all of these are pulled out of folders. So the easiest way to do it, let's say you really want to do some macro stuff. So you come here, you open the macro thing, and you just drag it over here for a second. And now this is out. So I can go Control Alt, grab that, drag it down to wherever I want. And now I have the new macro button in my UI. I can have it over here. You can have it up here, over here, or here, right? So you can make your UIs. If you want to get rid of something, you grab it, drag it over here, and let go of it. And that hides the part. And then you can just come in and customize. You can also make, so like this is my brushes. So this is a custom menu that are the brushes I use a lot. Here's the brush menu. This is my menu. This doesn't change. So I can change that around when it comes to new brushes with the new updates and stuff, which as soon as we get the new thing, I have to redo my UI. And then when you're done, you go to Preferences, turn Enable Customize off, say Save UI, and then you store configuration, you save UI, you then bring your load UI in, and then as long as you have everything as you want it, you hit Store Config, and that makes it the configuration oils as the new configuration. Yeah, the bas relief button's pretty cool. I think it is sort of a, well, I like that you can apply it straight through. There's a way, so like if this is your part and you want to make a bas relief of this right now, hide that. Make sure you're square. Get into your screen size. And you can always go to Alpha and grab Doc. Grab Doc, and you see how it created an alpha for what you have. And now you can use this. Yeah. Okay, it's dumb to have an alpha on a move brush, so we're going to turn that off. We're going to go to standard, we're going to go to drag, and we're going to come back here. This is the alpha we came. And you can see that you can use this as an alpha now. So I think it has something to do with this functionality, but the fact that you can just hold it in front of it and, you know, position your point and get it going, that it's hot. It's really a nice feature. Because on this one, you sort of have to figure out what your Z intensity is, and that's pretty good, right? And I have repeating on in this and other stuff, but you know, you can create sort of similar things now. Actually, I have not heard an update date on. Usually, it's pretty soon. If it's not like a few days, it's usually like a week or two. They don't usually get you that excited just to let you wait around for 4 months, you know. I would assume this month. That'd be that's not an informed guess. That's just informed in the sense of, you know, having dealt with them this long. They don't usually announce stuff they're not going to get out to you. They're pretty good about that. All right. So does that help with this one?
Yes, also I thought that probably I need to remove these hair plates that are floating
Like these?
around.
No, none of these are horrible. I mean, you know, you have a little thing right there. I mean, if you're not planning to mass produce it, nothing here is a big deal. The things that become big deals, like the only place that I see that the hair could be problematic for mass production is this scoop right here, right? Because that doesn't touch, so that is going to pinch, and that part is eventually going to tear off in your silicone mold. So if you take this, you know, mask it off, do that. You know, no one in the world's going to see that. And you can do it that way, right? And then I would probably just take this and cut an edge in it, and, you know, boom, you're never going to know. Or you can always do it. Come on. Boop. AccuCurve. Oh, AccuCurve is on. And instead of lifting this with one of the move brushes, I like snake hook with AccuCurve, because you can grab it and see how it's moving at the point. It's not, you know how we move stuff and it leaves the point behind. Hello, hey, there's Ash. There she is. And so by using the AccuCurve and snake hook, it allows you to actually grab the point and move it around, as opposed to move, which often you're going to leave your move, the points behind. So if you lift that up off the surface like that, that'll be able to be pulled out, right? Where if it's a trap, you can't pull it out. So, but I would just fill it in, to be deadly honest. It's just a lot easier for everyone.
I got it.
You know, just come in, boop, mask, boop, boop, and just do that. And there you go. No longer a problem. You know, at some point that might need to be filled in, but honestly, that little tip is just going to fall off in the silicone, so it's not a big deal. It'll probably pinch off. So, you can come back in. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Not cause any grief. As long as that hole does not connect back up in here, right? These deep crevices are fine as long as they don't go through two things.
Mm,
Yeah.
yes,
Wow, that
rather
sounded
I want.
painful.
Rather, I wanted to ask about this hair plate that peak towards just out of the turban and the face. Because would they reduce the variability of the rim?
Maybe a little. I just think that, just make sure that instead of them being so puffy, have them being depressed by that, right? So, it's going to be depressed here. It's going to be depressed here. Right. And see, that feels like that. Right. That feels like it's kind of in there and up and under. So if you're not going to make the turban come up and around the hair, just kind of get it down and even where it appears that it is coming out from behind the thingy-mabob there. Right. So it at least feels like it's coming, you can see this line, right? This is the piece of fabric it's coming out from under. So if you just do that, and you might even want to just cut it back and under a little. And then it is coming out from under that lip. Hello. Hello, Magic Tip. Well, we're going through critiques today, so no, I don't think these are Are these Dynameshes? No, these are quad meshes. Yeah, no, these are quads.
It's just united from the base model.
Yeah. But they just asked, someone asked if we were in Dynamesh at this point, so that's. Yeah, oh well, I think without a question, things will go to just mass 3D printing if they ever get the metal printing sorted out to where it's affordable and it's not just a nightmare to finish. You need better surface resolution for jewelry. For parts and stuff, you don't, but for this, it's a little tricky. I need to do some lining. What kind of lining? Right? Ash is very, very familiar with. Right. Any other questions with that one? I think it looks great.
And one more about the I already said that I'm not sure with the design. That picky thing on the top, I initially add it with the purpose of above the head.
Mm-hmm.
Above the I initially added it with the purpose of like trying to create a plane to separate the finger from the face itself, but it adds the size of the finger itself, like not the finger, the size of the ring. Maybe I also can consider dropping it like some mess on the hair plates.
Hmm. All right. I'm going to have to wrap my head around what you just said. Now we're going to.
I even
Okay.
had some questions.
Give me
right
a
on
second
that.
on that one. Let's live boolean this. So this is what you have, right? We're talking about this, correct?
Yes, and currently I have a picky part on the top of the ring. Yes, that one.
You mean that point right there?
Yes,
This?
above the head. No, on the top, above the head.
Right here?
Yes, that one.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. You're fine. You just want to make sure that this is sort of pointed up, right? So just by doing that, it's no longer an issue, really. Yeah, no, that's not problematic. You know, you can have it look as pointy as you want. Let's say you really want this to look super pointy, right? So it can look like a needle as long as the back side of it. You can come in and even just have something like that. You know, you can't see it from the front, but it makes it less of a needle, right? So just make sure that you're not actually making needles, that you're filling them up from behind. But yours wasn't this melodramatic, you know, yours just kind of gradually came to a point. So as long as you fill it in from behind, it won't be sharp and you're fine. As long as it's not pointing at the finger, you know, but kind of up and away.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is the real issue. It's still me making a ridiculous needle. Come on. Back up. You can do it. All right. So we were here. We just made this a point. So you can see that you have plenty of room back here just to make that non-aggressive. There we go. At that point, I think you'd be perfectly safe.
Thank you very much.
Of course. No problem.
Problematic is for me. This.
I feel you. The one other thing you might want to look out for, this might wear really oddly right here, because that's all tucked up in there, right? And now this is a loop, and it's a point right on the point where your finger's touching. So I would either consider move. You might want to consider either pulling this stuff out, so that's not just such an aggressive dip right there on the side of the ring, right? Or make sure that you take these back and in just a touch, where you're not leading with those points, where it feels more like an equal surface there. Because that's just going to rub your finger raw if you're not careful. Just doing that helped a lot. You see how we've made it not quite so juddery. And because there's not a scoop here, this isn't a point that you're going to hit, right? Your finger will ride right along that surface, as opposed to that being a ridge to hit and catch on. Because when you start doing this, you're going to hit the top of that ridge every time, and it's going to hurt eventually.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. I think that was the last thing that I'm seeing as an issue.
Thank you very much.
Of course, my friend. Have a lovely evening, and I'm sure you will stay with us. Yes, you will.
Yes, I will do.
Yes, you will. All right. So, magic tips, we have a few skull things coming up. So, why don't you ask me about that when we have something that's sort of relevant? And then we'll go from there. All right. Um, Whoever is next, we're just going to go here. Frame. Are you here now? I can't tell if this is the one that did get altered or not. We're going to wait for them to show up. Are you here? Okay, we'll wait for them to come back because I know we were commenting on it and I can't remember exactly what issues were. Sorry, it's a hard life. Okay, is Caesar here? No, this is figures. I mean, any ZBrush model I'll look at for the critique stuff. The critique link, it should be right there in the in the title here. Nope, that is not it. That's the Discord link. And it's Annie. What, are you going to bring one of your models in for critique? Come on, Ash. And so if you want to upload something for critique, that's it. Right now we have, I think, like 13 or 14 models here that we're going to go through. Yeah, the Discord is to join Discord and join. Well, you know, you can join in the actual Discord chat and you can actually chat and heckle with me if you like. I don't mind that. In fact, I enjoy it. So consider that because everyone would love to hear you heckle. Okay. Just saying. You're always here. You're here for me. Because I'm sure Ash has plenty of lovely things to say about things. Because I was corrected about my only sculpting, not sculpting in perspective. And I guess for games and stuff, that's important. I still don't get it. But I don't ever do that, so it's not something. I got shown, and I'm like, okay, I will no longer say that. I'll just say it for manufacturing. I tend not to use perspective. Okay. So who is this? Oh yeah, Cesar. Is Cesar here? Hello. I have to say that Henry's really good at this because he lines people up who are here, and it's useful. All right. So let's see what we got here. Devil girl elf standing on a. Is that a glove? Or is that a demon jackhammer? Let's see. Because no one wants me to interpret stuff. You are a member of the Ash thing. Ash, you are on Discord, right? Because there's a thing, voice channels, Twitch stream. Lewis Steele Skull. Lewis, are you here?
Yes, man.
Oh, okay. Just
How are
making
you?
sure. You have a piece up to be critiqued?
I just sent you on Twitch stream test, right?
Mm-hmm. Ah, It's not
Thank you
too
a lot,
intense.
man. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
All right, I just saw you in here. I was like, so feel free to chat away. I'm here. All right, so
I'm just doing this peacock pieces, but I don't like the close stuff, you know, I'm trying to do.
on this one,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm working here, man. I'm working. Actually, the clothes are honestly quite lovely. I mean, you're getting a good wrinkle pattern and stuff. I think that this is a little sideways. This wrinkle pattern here's not.
Sorry, Thomas, that's not my model.
Oh shit!
It's a
That's which one's your
peacock.
model?
It's Twitch stream test. I just sent you, man. On your Twitch.
You just
Sorry,
uploaded it?
just send you on Discord, right?
Did you? You sent it in Discord. You didn't upload it to the ZBrush
Yes,
TSW.
I uploaded, but I disabated a little bit because, you know, the megabyte. I'm gonna wait for you here. Oh, I did.
Luis, is it Luis Carrera? Venom merge?
Not here, man. I don't see if you can see. I just wait here, buddy.
I have the last one updated was Sergio Sanchez Marin. See, this is why we need Henry. Henry's organized. And I'm dyslexic and I can't read. Let's hold on. Okay. Spooky ring. We have Avero Dragon, Rich Alpaca Man. None of those are you? I'm not seeing it in here. Hey, MJ Sculpt. Hold on. So that's the link that you need to upload it to? And you did. Is that what I'm understanding? Sorry, I'm slow on the uptake here. Oh, you were sending pictures. Oh, sorry. I completely misunderstood. You're sending pictures on Discord.
Yes.
Oh, and you sent the ZTL through Discord. Oh, okay. That's why I'm not finding it, because it's on Discord.
Oh, so nice that you found me.
Okay. That's there. And then here are the pictures. Pictures. And okay. Here we go. Okay, so this is front, I'm assuming. And you have perforated it for weight. Lewis?
Oh, sorry?
This is your part, right?
Yes, man. Yes,
Okay. And so I'm assuming you perforated it for weight.
Yes, it's gonna be like a gold piece, and the client asked me for a shell for 0.5 millimeters. Forget about this closing stuff. I hate this. I need to do something to close, you know, that's what I meant to.
Yeah. Yeah, half a mil shell is really thin if you're not die stamping it. That casting something like that is going to be a trick. I mean, you may be able to do it. I just that's a very very tricky shell to cast. The other thing,
You know, I always do the project. I never cast, and the client asked me for do this shell, and I think he gonna use like his melted silicon. How you call? It's like
sure.
liquid silicon, right?
Oh no, you can. It's just that's going to be
Really
a
thin.
tough cast. Yeah, that's going to be a tough cast. If that makes, I'd love to see it because, I mean, you know, there are some very very beautiful vacuum overpressure machines that probably could do it, but you're going to have to sprue the living hajibas out of it just to get it to go around. Like, you know, in a half mil shell, trying to get your flow dynamics to go around all these holes. You know, and this is implying that this is hollow. Yeah, I mean that's going to be tricky to accomplish. But
Yeah,
once
it's
again,
the weighted mesh, anyways. You know, like it's have much more resolution. You know.
yeah. I just mean that's a complicated shot. I would also probably flatten the backside out a touch. So let's see. Now I'd probably take this W bend curve. Let's get one more in there. I'd probably get that a little bit more presentational, and then maybe not quite that. Could be there, I guess. But I would definitely, and I know that I'm destroying your
Oh, no way.
your thicknesses. I'm just trying to get, like, I would make this flatter, only just because of wearability. You know, that now becomes something that's sitting on the surface, where here what you have is this bone right here that is just going to dig a hole in someone's sternum. So I'd probably just flatten that out a touch. That way you still get the visual detail. Like if they really want the visual detail on the back, you know, you have the visual detail, but it's going to wear like a pendant, right? You're going to have much more comfortable wearability. Because if that's just this little thing that's tapping on their chest bone, you know, they might wear it once, you know, and then it's a nightmare. I think, let's see. I probably did that. Sorry, while moving things around, I might have. Where's my brush? Hello, brush. There it is. Okay. This. Oh, let's see. No, stop that. A double is what we're asking. That's 0.89 mil. So that's a little thin for a setting of something that size, I think. You know, especially if it's at the bottom of something, this is going to get dropped and rattled. You might want to just beef this frame up a little bit, only because, you know, when people are taking things off and putting it on, this is at the bottom. It's going to get ding, ding, dinged, and all you have to do is get one of these to shorten a little. That's going to open up, and you're going to dump that stone. So I would think in all your prongs sets and your cables up just a little, just to where it's around a mil, maybe 1.2, just so you really have a nice, you know, solid foundation there, so you're not going to dump that stone out. Because, I mean, it's not huge, but it's not tiny. It's like 6x4, 6x5.
You know, that should be the closing of the piece, and the other side should be the front. But I didn't resolve this part you were looking. You know, I didn't resolve yet. That's the front. In the video, you can see, maybe have a better idea on.
Oh, so this is the front?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, ignore me about flattening that out
I
then.
have a little lag, sorry, all right, for the video.
I didn't even know there was a video. Hold on.
I did some renders on Blender.
Okay. Well,
You can have a better idea, no? But this stone on the lower piece is not to be there, you know? Like, it's just...
yeah. All right, so I'm a liar. You don't want to flatten that out. You probably want to flatten this side out.
yeah. But now you get whatever. Sorry.
Oh, no. I just...
And forget about that stone, right? The big stone, you're gonna forget about it, and then need to do another close maybe in there, you know, like
sure, like a
another...
little gallery of some sort. That's gonna be...
Yeah, gallery. That's
yeah.
the name. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you don't have to buy. Okay, so now that makes this a completely different issue, and that is, I'm assuming are these holes, or in the video were these stones? Is this supposed to be settings? They look like stones, right?
Should be like a basil seed.
Right. I was gonna say you're definitely gonna need at least a raised bezel on these, because I don't know if you could even flush set in 1/2 mil.
Sorry, it's 0.6. It's a little more.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was a 0.6.
5 is the other piece. I just mistake. Sorry.
Yeah, still 0.6 is pretty small to flush set into. You know.
All right. Anyways, yes, it's really small.
So you definitely need to at least come in and go around your setting there, just to give it, because even if you're flush setting that, you know, you need enough to get the angle into it and below a lip that you can raise. So you're probably going to need to, if you're not going to do like a preset bezel thing where you're actually making a bezel and dropping it in, you're probably going to want to just come by each one of these and give them a little bit more meat. So
from
you can,
inside or from outside?
depending on which way you want to go. I mean, yes, doing it on the inside would be nice, especially if you're doing a flush setting instead of an actual bezel setting. Yeah, I would add meat on the inside without a doubt. And I mean, you can just do it by coming around your hole and doing that, you know, so at least there's a place for your burr to get into and have an angle that you can, you know, seat on, because 0.6 is so small. They drop this flexes even just a little bit. All those things are just going to go, you know.
How big should be that thickness, you think, Thomas?
Well, I mean, these are what? 1 mil? 2 mil?
1.5 or 2.
Yeah. So, yeah, that holds.
Maybe a millimeter for that.
That's 1.7, so that's just under 2. Yeah, what I would probably do is come back into this on the other side, right? I'm just doing it out here so you can see it. Cute, that's what I'm looking for. And just come in and give these, yeah, I mean, if you can go up to a mil, maybe 1.2, because on the outside you're flushing these, so that's got to sit below the surface so you can, you know, rim set it or flush set it. I would come back and just come behind these and fluff these up so you have plenty of meat to get those to set into. And you're going to add a little bit of weight, obviously, but I mean, like I said, you take this off once and it gets caught in your sweater and you bend it or you drop it or you're futzing with it and someone goes, eek! These things are just going to explode out like popcorn.
Maybe I can use the technique I did on his head, you know, on the back of these pieces there. I don't know if you can see. I put some on the back there. I put some no up more up on the cock.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to say it. Cock,
The
right?
plume or this
No,
up here,
this stuff they're the big ones.
right?
You see the back. I put some rail. I
Yep.
think.
Yep.
You
No,
turn
I think
around.
that's
You
yep.
turn
No.
around.
Yeah.
You
No.
turn around.
That's.
Yeah,
I
you
think that would
saw.
be fine.
I should do that in the same all the piece, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that would be good. Exactly. Because I mean, as you're illustrating them, you know, they're flush sets, so you want to make sure that you have enough to get down in there and, you know, get it. Yeah.
All right, I get it. Thank you a lot.
Yeah.
It would be like 1.2, right?
Yeah.
To go.
I think that should be fine, honestly.
All right.
The other thing you may want to do is when you have these on the inside set up, is just take, and once again, you're adding a little bit of metal weight, but just take a line. That is not. Just take a line and sort of raise them up and connect them. Just something like that. And what that could help you to is, you know, you're running like structure ridges in it. And then that'll support it to keep it from being able to really twist easily. That'll give you a little bit of, you know, that structure in something that's that fine. But yeah, I mean, that's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I don't know exactly how much it, you know, helps per se. But I think that you don't want someone to sit on it and just have it, you know, blow up, you know, because that's a thin shell, you know. And, you know, gold soft. And I get it, you're trying to not have it be $1 billion, but just be careful about having something that soft, that thin. But yeah, I think this is a good solution, having the rings behind it. You know, sure, without a doubt.
I'm gonna point it here that I was your student since like 5 or 6 years ago, and I want to thank you a lot for everything I know. I think half of them I learned with you, right?
Awesome.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah. Yay, team.
Just for your tweets and lives. Thank you a lot. Serious, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's why I'm here, you know, trying to get, I honestly want people to learn, you know, I want people to go out and be successful and do their thing. It's exciting, you know.
I'm your follower. All right. Thank you a lot. Thank
Awesome.
you for feedback and everything.
Of course. Of course. It's nice. Okay. So Henry, do you have any idea where we are?
Nope.
You want to just start somewhere?
Sure.
I think I went to here and they weren't here, so
Do you know which ones you've done?
the first one.
I don't know what the first one is on your screen.
We did Miko's.
Miko. All right.
We did the 2 Mikos.
So you
And
moved
then-
the files already? 'Cause
No,
I don't see any Mikos in here.
I haven't. See? Miko. I don't think I moved them. No, they're there. What do you mean? See, there's 2 Miko files right there.
Whoa.
And I don't think I've downloaded some of these, you know, if it's after 8, I probably haven't downloaded it.
My Dropbox app died, so I don't have an up-to-date version. And that's why I don't know what you're talking about. But now I do.
Oh,
Hurrah!
Hurrah! Huzzah! Okay. I'm like, well, there are quite a few Mikos in there. And this is Cesar's. Well, Henry wasn't here until just recently, so yes, he was being very quiet. And we're trying to convince Ash to join us in the chat. I know she wants to. Then she can heckle me. All right, so there's that. So let's see what we got here. So I'm not quite sure what this thing is. It sort of looks like a glove and, or as I said, a demon jackhammer. I like both ideas, honestly. So let us hide this part. Where are these all in the same area? Just, oh good, look at you putting things in folders. I'm so proud of you. Seriously, that's great. People who break their models up like this and don't use folders, poke to the eye. Come on, guys. Folders are important. Okay. So what do we have here? Let's actually get on the visible one. So your clothes look great. Like I said, there are a handful of wrinkles that, no, escape. Oh, too late. We're saving this one. Sorry about this, guys. Where's the pure stuff? While this is doing this, I can look for that.
Is that what a .pur file is?
Yeah,
Pure
that's pure ref.
Uh,
So open this and okay. Oh, it was a glove. Look at that. Ha 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 ha. Good guess. I still can never remember how to navigate around pure ref. It's been a while. All right. There's a whole lot in here. Is this League of Legends or Dota? That's that feat. Champion. I don't know what that is. All right, so I like that you have. That's nice. I like that you have fabric referencing. That's super helpful. And here's someone's sculpting ref.
I think a second book done to turban, Thomas.
What's that? You can't see pure ref?
Second click turban, I think, on preref.
Second click. Oh. I see. All right.
Just second click and pan around, you know.
Oh, there we go. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Like I said, I haven't really used it in a while, so I mean it's a great piece of software. I can't remember anything. Okay, so let's go back to our guy. Let's see what we got. I think you really did some wrinkles very well. Your anatomy is looking very tight. I can tell that your biceps are going up into the torso. That's nice. Your breasts actually have the dynamics of being squeezed together. That's nice. The face, it's a little odd because, well, now hold on. Here we go. If I turn on perspective, it's still there. Okay. So the one thing that's odd about the face is that you can see this part in front of it, right? You know, because normally these bones are there we go. Normally these bones are a little more protruding, so you don't see, right? This stuff is cut back behind it. And so that's how you get the cheekbone silhouettes and stuff. Not saying that there aren't people who have flatter faces from the cheekbone to the ear where you're seeing it. But it sort of makes the face look like a mask, if that makes any sense, right? You see where it's... I hate that for somehow my screen things. My My little menu bar isn't coming up in the screen. Here it is, but it doesn't come up easy. Okay, so we are going to do enable control bar. No mouse click, no keystroke. Okay. And there's the menu bar. Okay. So you can see that this is sort of that face silhouette, right? And then you have this meat back here. So if you're going to have, if that's intentional, I would do something, especially in something like this, I would do something where it's a texture or something so you are still retaining some of that facial silhouette there. But that's just my taste. That's not a, you know, that's come say, come saw at the end of the day. I just think that, you know, we're used to looking at the facial silhouette where the cheekbones are the identifiers, and, you know, this actually is cut back. This bone is sort of doing this. So you're getting a little bit more of that shape there. Something to think about. Your eyelids got a little flatter, a little soft here, and your brows a little. Once again, this is all characterization stuff, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. That's choice, but that's a touch flat. It's a weird brow. It's sort of like a really depressed brow. Like, this is very heavy here. And then, so normally what you're going to get here is your inside lip of the eye. And then this is what's cutting back and in under the brow meat. So usually you want that to be fairly flat and also going back and under. It's hard to do with eyeballs and stuff in there. See, we have things done there. And then we're going to hide everyone else. See how that's really flat up and down right there? Under normal circumstances, your eye is actually going to ride off of okay, for some reason my brushes are being strained. Why is that acting like a cut brush? No, infinite depth. It's killing me here. Okay. Like, why is that cutting into something? So where these two things intersect, you normally want to see this tucking back and in. It looks like just this got smoothed or something, and you lost this sort of meat transition. Because, you know, when you're drawing, you draw the eyeball, and then you get your eyelid, and then your meat comes down, right? So this wants to be tucking under that, and then that ridge is the brightness ridge in the model for the eyelid. And now And then this is folding over, and that's what's giving you that crease line as the meat sitting on top of that lid. So I think that I would just look at this eye a little bit differently and see where you actually want that eyelid to be instead of just being this kind of flimsy line that's coming out and about. Figure out, and with that there, you still can have, this be a heavy lid, let's say, right? But at least the eyelid is still coming out from under that meat as opposed to there being none of it. And then, just making sure that this is actually has thickness. So it's not just a lip, that is literally that little suction cup that sticks to the eyeball. So that's sort of it's a big deal. So when you do start to add the eyeballs, it looks like this meat is sort of connecting to it. If that makes any sense, see how that now shows depth as a sculpture. That lip creates that area around the eye. Okay, so your anatomy's good. Yeah, this, like I said, just this intersection with the face and the cheek, just deciding that this stuff right here is that this stuff, if it's and I'm just going to blow it out a little here so you can see very clearly that that's there. Figure out how you want that transition to act. Ears, armpits, hands. Look good. Fabric on the boots are nice. You're getting, these look like they're the foot. Just on shoe wear. On footwear and stuff, I tend to make these a little bigger, just so they don't look like soft cloth, unless of course they're soft cloth. But if you make those just a little chunkier, it just feels a little heavier, like it's a leather as opposed to a fabric. These are okay. This is beautiful. It's nice. It looks good. It's convincing. It's not symmetrical. It's nice. These look good if this wasn't here. Right? Like if it was just the shorts, those curves sort of make sense. But with this being here, this is still going to pull up on this, but you're not going to have the distance there. Chances are, at least for the first curve, would be starting at the contact point. Right, now that's a curve created by that intersection there. If that makes sense. Right. And then, have them carry out how they are. That could be perfectly fine there, because it's a bunching, right? It's the piece of fabric that's then pushing the piece of fabric above it. So, I feel that it sort of looks as if it is being affected by the other guy. So that becoming a pinch rather than just those curves. It's nice because it's not symmetrical. It's nice that you have your stitches, your nuts and bolts, they're actually penetrating the surface. I approve. Obviously you just toss these wings on, but you're doing such a nice job with tight detail. Find a way to create a hole or something where these are actually coming out of the garment. And I would say that your wings I don't know if these are an obvious afterthought or something like that, but the sculpting level of anatomic detail on the body compared to the anatomic detail on the wings, I'm guessing these are just plopped on at the end. You haven't put a lot of work into them. So come back in and look at anatomical bat wings, because all the lumpiness, that's the one thing you can't have in a bat wing is lumpiness, right? You know, even if they're compressed, you're going to have the compressions up here and it's going to turn into folds going down, because in flight, these have to have tension. You know, they have to have surface tension. So in my sculpting, I would probably come in and let's divide. Let's get some vision in here so we can actually work on them. And think of these. How do I get on everything but click? Right, you know, these are thin membrane things. So with bat wings, tension is a huge deal. So I would start my sculpting and planning at least where your wings, and these may, like I said, these may not be fully extended, so they have some loose, like some flaccidity in the internal membrane. And that's what these kind of waves are telling us, is that, you know, they're obviously not stretched tight. Water. And the wings are a very big visual part of all of this, because they're sticking up and out of the silhouette. So make sure you do as much work on the wings as you did the body and the garment. By doing scoops, it also allows you to keep some of these bones or the frame of the wings thinner, because that's another thing. You don't want these to just be huge baseball bats in this fragile form. And here, be careful that you don't just get into this weird flop zone right here, because yet again, this membrane has to be able to be tense at some point. If it just has this floppiness up here, so you're going to have something that's there, and then you're going to have a tension point there, so that could be a scoop. But your tensions have to make sense. Sure, ZBrush can help you as long as this has plenty of geometry to, I think this is quad model. So I wouldn't take it out of a quad until I need it to. You know, we have plenty of geometry to keep working. We haven't hit a point where it's like, can't work anymore. So, you know, I wouldn't ZBrush yet. And like I said, look at your sort of like bone structuring for the animal. Just implying a little bone points. And then those become the places of the release attention, right? So if this is the bone that's happening, right, this is the structure in the hand of the wing, your membrane's going to start here. And this is 2/10. It's going to start there and get wider as you go down, right? So that's where you can start to decide where these wrinkly things are going to happen if it's out of tension, right? You know, that's how it's going to droop. And then you come back in and can move and make these make sense as the waved edges like you had them. And that's and you can then start to put the placidity in the wings where they're not. But the points that they're coming from make sense because if it were under tension, those are the places that they're anchoring. So I'm obviously not going to sit here and completely resculpt the wings, but hopefully that gives you a better idea of how to approach that. And you can see by making these sloped, you can make this as fragile as you want to because it's actually not a super thin item. But the thinner these crossbars are, obviously the more fragile the wing looks, and that gives you that wing sort of feeling. And there you go. See by making it thinner, it doesn't look just like a big lumpy baseball batty thing. And it ties into the textures that you were able to accomplish with your fabrics. Treat your wings like your fabrics, thin, nice, and you know, having that structure there. Well, no, because if you keep Fixie, if you keep your subdivision levels, it's very, very simple just to go back to your lower res and get rid. Now, this isn't particularly low res, but it's much easier to deal with if, here, let's duplicate this. Duplicate, I'm gonna get rid of symmetries on. Delete hidden. Duplicate. Have to bang around and. Oh, did we just dump? All right, well, wow, look at that. It even changed the icons on those. Wow, that was an ugly dump. So where you're getting lumpiness in your models is like you're saying, oh, don't you need to be low res so you can get that clean? No, you don't actually. Let me just bring this one in. Let's see if we could do a little model control. See, like, why doesn't that come up? There it is. Important tool. My roommate had his birthday party the other night and they had the VR helmet, so we're playing a game. I squished my glasses under the VR helmet, and now my lenses will never be clean again, it seems. Okay, yes, this is where we are. Go to Darwin. Duplicate. Turn symmetry on. Hidden. Yes, right. That will help a lot. So, you know, being able to control your lumpiness. I think even at this point, let's go. Even here with smooth stronger, you can see that you can have some problems getting the big shapes out, right? You're still pretty lumpy. Where if we duplicate this again, no, we did not duplicate. ZBrush, let's just turn it on tap. And this is why I don't usually work in Dynameshes. Deleted. So now it's really important that we have deleted in here. I guess it didn't happen. Explains a lot. So we're here. We've ZRemeshed. I just put adaptive because that'll keep most of our detail. And now I'm just going to half this down. Half. To where I'll normally start a quad model. Okay. And now we're going to mark this as our history state. We're going to come in here, we're going to divide this up. And let's inflate these a little so we don't get too much weirdness here. These are a little thicker. Okay. Project history. And here are our guys. And now I'm just gonna IRS. Let's divide this with time. So I'm now sculpting at 15 million polys. And I'm in here and I'm doing all my, let's inflate, clay tubes. I'm coming in and I'm doing just exactly what I showed you to do. But like you said, this is still lumpy. And you're like, oh, shouldn't we Dynamesh to remove the lumpiness because this is too high a resolution? Here, let's make this really lumpy. Where's my lumpy? And you know, at this resolution, you can see that I can scrub on this all day. And I'm never going to be able to, I thank you very much. I'm never going to be able to get rid of that. And in Dynamesh, if you're sculpting, you only have one layer or maybe 4 subdivision layers. So let's say you did Dynamesh this and now you've divided it up to get more subdivision levels, but you only have 4 subdivision levels. Well, let's go down. Lower res, lower res, lower res. And even here, you can see that it's going to be a real impossible to get rid of that lumping shape, right? But I have 8 subdivision levels. So I'm just going to go back down to like sub D3. And now this is a very low res model. I can come in. And instead of smoothing, I really view this as relaxing the mesh, right? Smoothing is taking the details off of a mesh form. Relaxing your mesh is actually allowing the mesh to change and get back to a place where it is relaxed, smooth, and lumpyless, right? So we can come back in here at this low level and really smooth the living Jeebus out of this. But you say, Tomas, you just spent all that time sculpting on this. What the hey? Well, I'm going to sculpt on this a little more. I'm going to actually put some scoops back in this. Down here. Now I'm going to start going up. There it is. And you can see that it still has memory of those lumps, and it still has memory of the strokes that we had going on here. But I want this mesh to still be smoother, so I'm going to get rid of these. But I like those brush strokes. Maybe we'll just smooth the tip of that out. Okay. So now we're going to go higher res. Higher res. 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 And now we're back up to 15 million polys. I still have quite a bit of that stroke memory. And you can see that we wouldn't be able to get rid of this at a higher resolution. And remember how big those were. So you need to do it step by step and just get rid of the surface detail you want. Now, let's go all the way back to, let's see here. I'm guessing it was that many strokes. Let's go before that. Okay, hold on. Let's go back right before we put those lumps on. And let's talk about lumps we like. All right. So that was melodrama. But, you know, you sat here and you spent your time and energy and you've stroked all this out and you really like these stroke patterns. And you feel like this really represents the membranal tissue between these rings. You're okay with that. And then you took your standard brush and you came in and you reevaluated these bony things, and now they sort of have knuckles. You're like, okay, kind of dig that. Get back to clay fill, and you fill this area up to make it thinner. And you're really getting in the groove and you're loving it. You're like, yeah, I'm going to put more strokes down. And I'm going to take form bump this time, but I'm going to make it really small. Lazy mouse brush, and you know, this has become this texture that you like. And into like a shelf thing. All right, all this work, we're really getting there. And then, you know, you're like, oh, I'm almost portfolio ready. This is going to be so awesome. I'm so happy. And then your friend comes in and goes, you know, maybe you should really make those smooth scoops. All right. Dynameshing, nothing you're going to do about this, right? Beauty of having your quads is we can now Lower resolution all the way back down to here. Come in. We're going to smooth these out. That is not smooth. And I'm smoothing with a pretty heavy hand right now, right? It's like, no, we really want this smooth. Stop all that wackadoodle lumpy stuff. These need to be really thin and petite and smooth. And then you're like, okay, so we do need some scooping in these. So we're going to go up one more, high res. And you can see that we sort of have some of that memory of that scooping. And then come in here. Is that? Gotta go back to clay tubes. And I'm now going to really kind of get picky about the shape of my internal wing here. I want these to be a smoother transition in. Right, so now that's a much more refined form. It's smoother. It doesn't have the big lumps in it. And it feels thinner. I just come up high res, high res, high res, high res. And I still retained all that stuff that I sculpted, but I have completely changed the shape of that membrane. And I didn't, you know, we just skipped a ton of these. I can go back down to my lower res. And as some of this is getting bumpy, you know, I can take this and smooth this lump out. And I can take that, knock that back, and smooth that lump out. Scoop that back in some. Right, and that's now much smoother, much less lumpy. We're just going to come all the way back up here. And you can see that the shape of the scoops got much smoother, but I didn't lose all my sculpting. So that's why this is really important if you're trying to do models that you're going to change. And that is, you know, having your subdivision differentials makes a huge difference for that. Oh, why, thank you. I appreciate it, Ash. Try to keep it entertaining, right? Okay. So I think that's really it on this one, is that I would say wrap your head around the wings a little more, just so they look a little bit more in tune with the level of sculpting that's in the body and stuff. And like I said, you probably just got there, so I don't think anyone knows. Like I said, I would imagine it's going to be this month. Okay, delete all. Okay. And now we are going to go to the next one. See if we can do this without having huge models that destroy. So have we picked a second one yet? Who's next? You don't know, do you? Should I just take these in order and just go at it?
I always do them in order. So Sergio would be next. Oh, yeah, submitted on the 12th.
Sergio? Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering how it'd go if you presented the same day I was up. It'd go great. You would have laughed at me the whole time. It would have been lovely. I would have gotten a lot more heckling, I believe. Wow, you really have that a cinematic view, don't you? Okay, let's turn... I can't turn paint off. You tricky buggers. Oh, maybe I can. Was this pulled out of a ZPR? It didn't have my material here. Okay. Let's look at what we actually have. I like that your piercings are actually piercings. That's a good thing. I like that your fabric detail is reacting to the hard surfaces that are under it or over it. We have some connection problems here. Am I missing a part? Oh, maybe so. Okay, so I'm going to say that is because it's unfinished. Or I have something turned off that I shouldn't have turned off. There's that part. Is this backpacks? Oh, okay. I see. So there's much more to it, so that'll all go away. That's why all that's floating. Okay, that makes more sense now. So we're going to turn cape off again. I would say your crotch wrinkles are good, but they're usually created because like your zipper is probably going to come around like that. And because why these wrinkles are usually created where they're up here and such is because this is a stiff piece of material and then these are reacting to the pinching around them. So I wouldn't have the zipper just stick out straight like that. I would have it kind of come around, and that gives you an instigation for that set of wrinkles. I like that your fabric stylization remains consistent. You don't get super realistic. You know, you stylize it very nicely. Yeah, honestly, it's lovely. You know, here again, your fabric is reacting to the hard surfaces. Ooh. What just happened? It didn't like that. I know, right? You can't. I proved I can sculpt hands. Good, I'm glad. You got the chimes, and we're talking about shape. Oh my, are you serious? Oh my God. Ash, everyone's turning on me. I'm sure it's recorded somewhere. I'll make wagers. All right. While this is doing its thing, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Be right back. I'm done sculpting video hands. Kill you. All right. We got that. We got panoramic strappy guy. Yep, I think the crotch just needs to actually become a crotch scene. Let's see, your butt crack is a crack seam or a butt seam, so just make sure this comes in and around because it's that seam that's creating all those wrinkles. And I know what I was doing. We were doing this. Make sure, and you know, this could just be haven't worked and blah blah blah, but make sure when it does intersect with hard surfaces that it does not cover the hard surface, right? And I get really weirdo persnickety about that one because people get lazy and they just get, you know, areas where it's just like, oh, well, it's fine. They do it with hair a lot too. And I will say that your hair is actually very good about respecting the space of the other hair, right? You know, you don't have them crossing over and stuff. And that's another big area where people just completely blow it. Cape, where's the cape? Let's look at him with the cape folder. And do all of your things in, especially if you're going to present them and stuff, or have someone look at them. Get everybody in their own folders so you can just turn off certain areas. And when I turn everything on, it doesn't just become a mess. But let's look at it. So Ash, can you make me this cape? I just want this cape. I think that'd be great. Especially when I go back down to LA. I definitely need to be wearing a cape that looks like this just to the grocery store. I would so wear it. I know I can make that cape. I can sew, but I kind of wanted you to make it so I didn't have to. Because getting it to come out that far off your body is really cool. You have to build like a bustle shelf for your back. Oh, I do. No, I've been a big Doctor Strange fan from when I was a kid. So, and then when the Venture Brothers came out, Morpheus. I'm just telling you, I need a big red Dracula cape. It's all about me. No, I wasn't implying you could. I was just saying that you needed to because I don't want to. It had nothing to do with gender. I have capacity in your skill set to be able to take a large piece of fabric and cut a hole in it. No, it's a beautiful model. I think you're real damn close. Like I said, I think really the only problem I had was your fabric was interacting with this, and then your crotch seam was a little bizarro. Looks great. Very nice. Very nice. All right, who's next?
Vanessa Rossuelo.
Boop, 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 boop. Boom. See now, who changed my... I think that came out of a ZPR. Like, pulled the... Yeah, it is. I pulled that from... So this is why we want you to do ZTLs, because you start changing my aspect ratios and stuff, and it makes me crazy.
Or you can click the load tool.
No, I did. I did. That was from the load tool, but it kept the frame, it kept the aspect ratio.
Oh, bizarre.
I know, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what in the hajibas? So I'm just gonna do, what should my number be? 3,800. That'll be big enough. Then you have my background colors all weird. Grace. None of that. There we go. Okay. Boop. Right? Ash has the good ones. I like her absolutely crazy Ash face. She's just like, I like that. I want one of those. Can we get a crazy Tomas face emoji? Well, we have some of them that what's her name made? That what's Ivy's nickname thing?
That's in Discord. I want him in Twitch.
Well, but I mean, those icons exist. They can be brought into Twitch, right? I mean, it's the same format, isn't it?
Probably.
Well, I guess that just means I need to get mine onto our thing because Ash is obviously using hers.
We can load whatever we want into your stream. But you don't really stream on your own account.
Not recently. It's something that I have some ideas for, actually. And I talked to Formlabs today, and she seems pretty interested in it as well. So, sort of doing some of the, like they did at the summit, where we have 2 or 3 people just sitting around and sculpting and talking for a few hours. I think that's good content. People really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing at the Formlabs thing, so. Yeah, I think I have to. I used to be an affiliate, but I think I have to go back and start streaming again so I have people watching my stream. This is pretty cool, actually. I like this. Once again, you're getting a slightly odd crotch seam thing going there, but other than the crotch, because in the back it looks good. And in fact, you actually did something very nice in the back. Let's see, do you actually have some resolution in that, or are you actually sculpting? No, okay, you do have. Good. Even better. The nice thing about this is that the seam is actually riding along the body, right? You can see that it's coming off here. You're getting a little airspace from the crease in the back to the high waist. You're getting a little creasing there, but here you lose all of that. It goes flat along the seam. And then this wrinkle is coming off of this seam, which happens because you have to think that this is reinforced fabric there. So it's going to do that. And then you have the sitting on the muscle here, right? Where this is tight. Sitting on the muscle where this is tight. And then these are your cross stretches because you're not actually going up into the crack, right? And here, again, the inseam is not actually touching the body here. So you do have the transition between the muscle and the fabric. And that's some subtle stuff. I mean, it can be worked on a little bit, but, you know, there's a little dent here that probably wouldn't happen, or this would be a smoother surface because that is the butt muscle, right? So there's just a little too much dent there. And that's just me being really persnickety about it. You know, with this, depending on the thickness of the fabric, and you know, this isn't looking like cotton, right? These probably wool pants, you have that seam coming down, you have the extension of the seam, so it's thick. So it's actually holding through the seam, and then your cross wrinkles are going through. This is like some very nicely observed pant sculpting, because you can see where it's touching the fabric or where it's touching the body and then releasing off of the body. And that's some subtle texturing stuff. I don't, here again, almost the exact same issue with this as the last pants. You're getting wrinkling in that groin, but that wrinkling is caused by, you know, this loosening up, and then you have this weird scoop here, which is the only reason you'd get that would be if it is either bending forward, so you're getting that compression wrinkle, or this isn't right, you're not touching the body here. And so what we have is sort of this seam going in. So now this is the point, and I'm using big fat lines, obviously. You know, this is coming because it's touching here, and you're getting this slight droop in the belly where the wrinkles are coming in. And then this is the seam, so you wouldn't be getting quite that much bulge there. You know, you would be getting, you know, you would be getting those tension wrinkles coming, but it's not going to be a bulge. It's just going to be the fabric tension of wherever or however that pant is cut. So that would probably be an angle that's coming more like that than a cross angle, as if it's a tension curve, right? Because you're not having tension in the groin there. There's plenty of this is a nice gentle curve on your gusset stream, so or on your oh my god, I can't believe I can't think of what the groin seam is called, but right, you can see that it's hanging away from the body, which it should be. So that pitch there would be more from you know, the pant coming down, and then that's the weight transition. So that's where that wrinkle would be, and it'd be a little more subtle. So just think about that crotch wrinkle, because that's the only one that's really just actually out of place or out of context. It doesn't make any sense how it's done right now. And especially since you got everything else really nicely tight and in proper form, I think. Let's look at our gloves. Lovely. You're even getting the bunching around the knuckles, which is nice. You're getting wrinkles where that's resting on the breast. And they're not symmetrical. These are really nice tension wrinkles. Your tension wrinkles are great. Very nice. Lovely. Looks great. I'd say your front crotch is the only thing that I find a little bizarro. It's a neat visualization. Cool. I like it. I like it. And you did some wonderful observational fabric sculpting here. Your anatomy's nice and stylized and in the right places. Your arms might be a touch thin in comparison with the rest of the thickness of the body, but nothing to, I mean, it's stylized. It's nothing to write home about. The face is interesting. Well sculpted. Your meats are in the right place. No, it's lovely. Looks great. Very nice, very nice. What is going on over here? Are these all different? Are these out of the same model? It's interesting. I'm not sure what this stuff is.
They would to have had to have come from that ZPR, right?
Yeah. That's interesting, though. Yeah, it's got to be the same thing, because... Oh, no, it might be stuff from him. Yeah. Yeah, see the pockets and stuff? These are tools that he did outside. And that's interesting. Yeah, see, there's a bullet. ZPR! Okay. Nice. Nope, looks great. I like it. This
Next,
little thing. Look at that. Little fan. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can delete some of this stuff because it just gets a little confusing at this point. You know what we can do? Watch this. It's like magic. Projects. Boop. Nope. Everybody out. Okay, so next I have Mika, Vanessa's. We did Cesar. Did we do Pumpkinhead? I have a Karthik Vyanya, Arvin, an Angul, and I think that's it of that first batch.
up next would be Arvind.
Okay.
There's two of them, yeah.
Yeah. No, he's lovely. All right, that's one. And this is the other. I like this sort of looks like a Naga head. Look at all this lovely work you've done in the body and the armor and the chest and the nipple piercings. Because it's tough to pierce a nipple in that direction. Just want to tell you. That would be rough. Because the weight of that would constantly cut, and those would eventually cut their way through. See here, he has the crotch very nicely. So you can see that it's this cup, right, is where these are issuing from. So this is a really lovely crotch area, actually. Nice groin you got there. Wrinkles are good, but then you put on these salami feet. They're just like kind of round. Why do I feel like you didn't really want to finish the shoes? Because you put so much lovely work into everything else, and then you got down here and you're just like, yeah, what are his feet? Who cares? I'm done. And having these tension wrinkles and then this sort of wrinkle going through, it'd be hard to get these tension wrinkles if you had gaps here. So I would probably get rid of This one, you have layers. Interesting. I'm gonna there we go. I'm just going to take all so I don't have to deal with layers. But like this wrinkle right here, so you got to remember how tensile wrinkles formed, right? What you have is something that's so tight over the can you see mine? You know, it's so tight that you're getting these little wrinkles, and those are the tension wrinkles that you're showing here, right? Because it's the stitching around the seam that when it pulls, that stitching becomes tensed, and that's where these like tension wrinkles happen. Problem is, this wrinkle is formed because there's loose fabric there. So if you have all these tension wrinkles, I would probably get rid of this guy here. Okay. I'd probably get rid of that wrinkle there because then these tension, you know, it makes sense for those tension wrinkles to be there. So I would think about that little area. And then, you know, once again, you have some, now maybe those are because of this. Okay, so I'm assuming you sculpted, and no, you didn't. You kind of did. Okay, you did sculpt in symmetry, and then you kind of broke it back up. If you're not going to have this knee pad on this one, these wrinkles don't make sense, right? Because this wrinkle is caused by this being pushed up, and you're sort of getting that push up, and then da-da-da-da. So if there is no belt here, this wrinkle pattern makes no sense. So think about that. Get in there and do some work on those boots, because everything else is so lovely and nice and in place and makes sense, and then the boots are just like, I mean, you even have skin texture here, and your boots look like they're old Wellingtons. Okay, let's see. I like your plates. Your anatomy's nice. Your bicep is actually connecting to the body. Yay, team. See, all this stuff looks good. Yeah, I think that you're, if, what just happened over here? Here we go again. I keep pushing things. What did I push to get this thing? Yeah. What could it have been? This has happened to me before, and I don't know what I'm hitting. Yeah, you have no clue. No one has any.
Yeah, there's a thing at the bottom in your.
Oh! It's
magnifying
okay.
glass?
Yep, found it. It wasn't ZBrush. It's Forward Soft.
Oh.
It's this one. Forward Soft. In the butt. I'm like, that's happened to me before, and I can't remember what it is. No, he looks great. Give him some boots. Look at that. I'm boot shaming you. All right, let's look at your other guy here. See, it's not like, wow, those are crazy feet hands. Give that boy some gloves. All right, let's start from the beginning and look at this bad boy. Ash, you should probably like him. He's all wrinkly and weird. So I am assuming these are placeholders for hair. It looks like a weirdo Naga shoulder plate. Like it. It's a lovely set of knots. I will say that you have a whole lot of weight on that little hairpin, and I would probably make that much more substantial, just so it has some viability. Because, you know, that's... Come on, where are you? Give it to me. There we go. You know, that at least looks like that might be able to hold... Stop that. That might be able to hold that together. Give that some more... Beef that bad boy up so it actually looks like something that could hold all that nonsense together. Your nipples and your skin, I mean, your skin's great. You know, I love the textures and the muscle striations and stuff. These knots are beautiful. Your scale textures look good. I would say this. When you're applying these alpha skin textures, and you know, you mask this. Well, I'm assuming this is how you went about it. You mask this so when you drew this out, you wound up with that lip. Especially in something like this where, you know, your detail levels are beautiful. Come in after the fact and finish this off. Don't get lazy about this stuff. Because these are the things that make, you know, AAA models from C models is the understanding of finish. And especially something like this, which is an alpha applied texture. And I'm assuming you just mask this off. Let's see, focal shift. Come back. Do this. Let's turn everyone else off so I can actually see what's going on. And then we are going to take this. Why is that not masking? Okay, that's weird. What's on? Like why? Like why isn't that masking? That is bizarre. Okay, whatever. I'll just cheese it out here. I have something on that is making this not very helpful, but whatever. So when you're applying alphas to images, you get these edges, and especially on shields or belt plates or something like that, no craftsman in the world would ever leave something like that. So I would strongly suggest doing something in this vein. And normally you could do this with Gizmo, but for some reason I'm not masking everything. It's bizarre. Here, we'll just cheat and say we're doing it. Okay. We have one areas that masked off correctly, so be it. So all you do is you come in, get your W. We're in line. Come back here. Raise this up so it's above that texture, right? And then just make sure that you come around, and you can do it with radial if it's flat. Come in and just press this over that intersection. So it looks like when you sculpted this, or if a craftsman, sculpted this, you don't have that goofy seam. What you have is a flat edge with these below it. Because this, just this crap sitting up here and floating around, it's just kind of half-assed, So especially on something where you've spent so much time and energy on this, I would very much make sure that all of these images that you have been using alphas to get it on, I would make sure that that edge is hidden, because that shows that extra step of being careful about what you're doing. Other thing is, this may have been a very conscientious decision. Scales usually point down. So if you have scales pointing up, it's usually a pretty good reason for it. So if you're going to have the scales pointing up, I would probably take something like snake hook and make these very pointy and dramatic. Otherwise, they're just scales. And I would say if you're not going to do something like that, and there's not a reason like, oh, the illustrator did it that way and you're copying an illustration, and if the illustrator did it that way, say, hey, dude, why are all the scales pointing up? It's going to read as weird if the scales are pointing up. If that's what you want, so be it. It's going to attract attention, and there are going to be a lot of people who can't figure out why the belt thing is odd, right? With the scales pointing up. And, if they were just a triangle pattern, it's not odd. It's just, these scales are pointing down. You have a precedent for scales going down. So why are these scales pointed up? Your fabric looks great. Obviously, I'm assuming the tassels are, once again, a placeholder. Your anatomy's nice. Your swords look good. Now, here comes, and once again, you may be just imposing and doing X, Y, and Z and blah, 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 blah. When things interact with the things below them, make sure they interact with the things below them as this. I doubt that this dude just threw this on and it just cut its way into the fabric, which if it were a good sword, it should. Just have them actually physically interacting with the surface. Don't have them crossing over and being weird, because that makes no sense. And if these are holding these in, I would also really think that this is going to be taunt, and these are going to react to the shape of the swords, because it probably needs to be tight enough to hold it. And just logically speaking, since these don't have sheaths, I would probably make something like a metal ring or something here, because if you running around in the woods and on streets isn't going to cut right through that rope, it's a magic rope, or you have really dull swords. A sword knot is either going to go around the top of the sword or the bottom of the sword, not right in the middle of the handle. The pants are awesome. They're just super cool. I like them a lot. You may want to come in and just, there may be a decision why you didn't do this, but just, you have deformation. Like, oh, this still has layer. Okay. Layer. Give me layer. Fake. where you do have these intersections, you may just want to give, distinct sort of corner pinches, which are implied here, but you may just want to punch those. This is a little too big, but punch those so they're telling that story that they are really pinching this stuff all into itself. But they're super cool. I like them with or without that. Your hand feet are weirder in hell. Awesome. I love it. Just bizarro. I might make my fingers and stuff a little bit thicker, but that's just thinking of bearing your weight on your fingers. Just sounds like it sucks. See, it looks like you did it here, right? This looks like alpha information, but you see how it's not just ending there, it's continuing with the whole surface. So I think this is far more successful than the scales. Your ropes are great. And see here again, this is a perfect example, actually. You did it really, really well here. You have this applied, and then it is under that rail, so it doesn't look like it's breaking that surface. But if you're going to have these things piercing the fabric, have the implication of piercing, right? And then if you're doing it, if there's actually something weighted off of that, it's not going to just be normal. You're going to get, it drooping to it between the 2 points. So just make sure there's weight on this stuff as it's hanging, or if there's a rope or something that's not there, fine, ignore me. But you're not going to have those heavy metal things not reacting to the fabric if there's nothing there. And you have all this beautiful knotwork and ties and things interacting. This isn't attached to this belt, so attach it with a knot or something. These are crossing over one another, and then they stop here in a point. Don't do that. Have them cross up and over. Or have this be a knot of some sort that resolves that. I mean, it's just also very tight and nice and lovely. Don't get lazy with some of that stuff, because those are the things that really separate, world-class models from great hobby models, So yeah, just go through and find the places that aren't making sense. But yeah, it's beautiful. And just know that, so I don't know if you've seen how Tachi and Nodachi are attached to the belts. They're the longer swords. They usually have like a knot, and then there's a loop here and a loop here, so you're getting a 2-point contact. And I think that if you're going to have these things being this long, I would develop something here that, maybe it's a braid that has 2 loops in it or something, where you're getting a 2-point contact, because this makes absolutely no sense with these just sticking out and being that heavy and long and not being in sheaths, that they're going to sit evenly, because there's so much weight on these, they would just pull it down. Right, they wouldn't sit like that without a 2-point contact. So think about the mechanics of stuff, because I mean, you have this lovely thing right here. You could easily make a very similar structure out of the metal, cap it, and have have like a hard sheath in there, so it looks like they're sitting in something hard, because you'd never be able to draw that. The first thing you're going to do is the rope's going to come up, it's going to snap, and then you're going to cut through it. So the rope connector thing doesn't make much sense to me. So what do we have? Scales, knots, the connection I'm not buying. Scales going the wrong way and just being applied onto it. So fix that belly pad thing somehow. Face is awesome. It looks great. Yeah, it's beautiful. It looks wonderful. Here you go.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Up next, David Ross, Pumpkinhead.
I don't. I wish he was here because I don't remember
I will remember.
where. No, I mean I know what the model is. I don't remember where we were with it. David.
The last time we saw it was, I want to say, 2 Wednesdays ago, and in
Yeah.
members only, in like office hours.
Yeah.
So if the teeth are different, then it's a brand new model.
See, that's what I'm saying. I think this is where we were, isn't it?
Oh yeah, okay.
Am I wrong?
I don't think so.
Because I mean the teeth aren't delineated, and I think that's the one thing we talked about. And to make this right, you know, and to bring this up. So I think this is that model.
I am checking Discord.
Because it looks like the same model. Or he just decided that I was wrong and just left it the same way. Which is legitimate. Because remember I was saying that, you know, there was a stem and that stuff. None of that stuff's here.
No, yeah, so he has done work since then. This was uploaded beforehand because he 3D printed it and posted pictures of it in its current state on Discord today or yesterday. What day was this?
Okay.
Yesterday. And the teeth are more jack-o'-lantern-like.
Okay, so I just don't have the new model is what we're hearing.
Yeah, he must have just posted it here on accident instead of the...
Yeah, okay. Well, let's look at it at least. So we got that. Is it, where is it in Discord? Progress.
If you go to Discord, yep, progress pieces, and then scroll up to yesterday.
Oh, scroll up. Well, people are really posting castings, huh?
Is it me? Yeah, that was my, if you're looking at castings, that's my
So
Halloween
it's scroll
challenge.
down.
Yeah, so scroll down for you.
Okay. You know, I definitely made the teeth more pumpkin-y. And it does look like he brought that ridge up above the finger ridge. Awesome. See, that looks like it's a little bit more incorporated into being a pumpkin as opposed to having like little chiclet teeth.
Yeah.
Yep. Good call. Looks great. Here. So now I get to download more pieces. Is that what we're hearing?
There are other pieces from the 18th. Luis, Angle, Carthier.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you have this.
That's an
downloaded.
OBJ. Hold on. So let's import. Did Ash leave us? Ashley, are you out there working? Stop being responsible. Yay. Why aren't you chatting with me? You can chat while you work. Well, you can chat while you look at skulls. Ah, yes, here we go. So I think this is definitely working better than the first pass at it. Because you're starting to get the feeling that these are coming in, merging in, and, you know, being part of it. So, no, that's good. Now, this is where I think that changing your scale and stuff could really help. And maybe just going over some of this towards the edges with the SK trim polish, where they're sort of flattening out and into the surface, where it's not everything's on the surface, but just coming by and randomly knocking some of the stuff back and down. So it's, you know, they're like at different sorry guys, they're at different levels, and I think that'll help sell some of the organics of it. Yeah, but I think this, I would hope you agree that this seems like it's much more integrated than the last one. Yeah, and how you mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You like these things, knock some of it back and bring some of it forward, just so it doesn't feel like it's drawn on. It feels like it's interacting with the depth of the flesh. Nope, I think that's a great improvement. I would figure out here, though, like, you know, we know this is transition. No, that's symmetry. I just saw it. You know, this is. Mm-mm. There we go. Stop it. What are you doing? Right, don't just end it there. You know, this is transitioning, so have, that is not clay tubes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, just have, don't just have it stop, have it transition into the other thing. But no, I think you did a great job. I think that looks substantially better than it did. The only thing I would say, like I said, is take SK trim or one of your flatten tools, or stop. See what happens when I stop using my space mouse? All right. And come in and just tap some of this down so it's just not absolutely consistent. And it also gives a few places for the eye to rest a little, because with everything being the same, it just becomes chatter, and your eye has a hard time dealing with just tons of chatter. It'll decide to stop watching. It's like, oh, I know what's going to happen, so why am I watching? If that makes any sense. Yeah, nope. Liking it. Looking good. Wait, I'm missing something in chat here, it seems. Oh, yeah. Who doesn't want an Allosaurus skull? I'm backing you there. You have to come down to what's the gym show?
Tucson?
Yeah, Tucson. Tucson has a bunch of dinosaur stuff at it. It's good. It's cool. There used to be an entire little motel where all the rooms were people who had dinosaur stuff. It was really cool.
Crazy.
Oh, that's so neat. I would totally just cover my walls with bones without a doubt. Well, the one thing about Tucson is everyone's papered, so I don't know if there's no problem with papered products, I think they'd be okay. I imagine that tons of people go back and forth for the Tucson show because there's a lot of dinosaurs coming out of Canada. The Bone Room in San Francisco, there's a place called the Bone Room that's a very, very good resource for that. They have all kinds of great stuff. I love that place. Okay. Nice soup. Boop, boop, boop.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah, I was just reading. Well, I guess if they're unclaimed, yeah, that'll get you, huh? All right, what's next?
Angle 79.
Oh, I have
And
that
they
one.
are here in chat.
Angle 79. Boop. Oh, is this it? That's lovely. It's really nice and clean. Are they in talkie chat or just chatty chat?
No, typey chat.
Did someone say this is a bottle opener? Is that what I just heard? Did I just catch that out of the side of my eye here? I don't know if that's going to hold up as a bottle opener. Whoever said that.
I think they're referencing a different thing.
Okay, I'm just like, yeah, you could, I like how nice and clean it is. I think it'll read super well. You might want to make the detail in the eye a little crisper because that will be softer. And everything else is so nice and sharp. You don't want the eyeball to look flat. So just a simple... where you turn this into a nice reflective plane. What is our geometry looking like? This is a dynamic. Yep. Dynamesh. Okay, hold on. You have a 5 million poly Dynamesh. What are you doing out there? Okay. We're going to take this Sculptress Pro. And we're going to reduce storage here. Mm-hmm. Ooh, holy Hannah. Okay. Simple. We're going to do symmetry X. Left and right symmetry off. No, you go away. Yeah, I'm all tied up. Sorry. All right. So now we're going to ZBrush adaptive with symmetry X on. ZBrush And then we're making you our history state. Project history. Let's just get back to where we were real quick. Symmetry off. History brush on. It's going to slam us back to close. Ooh, back face masking is super important. Back face masking. Come on, give it to me. Stop being a pain in the butt. History is awesome sauce. Take this, make this our history state again. History. Okay. So I'm just doing this real quick. I'm not worried too much about geometry because we're going to smooth it and then do a project history, which will get us there. But this gets the meat of the stuff kind of back into place. Those of you who don't use history, use history. It's awesome. You'll love it.
Well, you'll hate it, and then you'll learn to love it.
Yeah, that's probably actually truer than what I just said. Because you're going to come in here and think this is easy because sometimes I can make this look easy. And you're going to hate it because you're going to have to understand that you've just completely mangled your geometry like 5 times. And you're like, why is this mangling my geometry like this? And you're going to be like, Tomas is a jerk. He didn't tell me how to use it right. And yeah, that's probably true. But it's really fast to kind of get back to where you need to be. And I would have been doing this all along the way, so we are kind of just doing this to do a quick remesh so I can do some things that aren't going to be on the Dynamesh, because trying to do it on the Dynamesh would have been a pain in the butt. And just going over this process is informative, and it keeps it from being a pain in the butt for me. And that's what I care about. Okay. You're going to bed, Ash? I see how you are abandoning me in my time of need. Did Daisuke abandon us as well? Ah, see, I knew it. Okay, that's going to be close enough, I think. Go over it. smooth everything back out just a little bit more. But that should bring it. Oops, see, there's a weird thing I did right there. Get all the really strange geometry projection out of it. What's that? Weirdness is what it is. Okay. Now everything's roughly back into place. Project history. Interesting. Oh, it's only 800,000 too. We don't really have enough geometry to do some of that. It's being weird. Okay. All right. I want to work on the face anyway. That's what all this was about. Now, lower red, street, 3. All right, this might take a second. All right, so Ash went off to go to sleep. There's nothing else I need to catch up on, huh?
Nope.
Okay. All right, so let's get back into this eye. There we go. Okay. There's your eye. So if you come in and just take that little bit of time there. Make that a reflective surface. Excuse me. Because you just have all these really nice lines going on. So don't skimp out here at the one thing the monkey looks at first is the eyes. So don't skimp out on the eyes. You can see just having that little bit of extra crispness in the eye is going to let it stand up to the other details you have, I think. Don't skimp on that eye. Make it sharper and crisper. All right, let's see what else. Oh, this is lovely. I would probably take these. Man, something is weird with my... Look how soft that is. And it's not getting any coverage. Do I? No. Because... Did I hit? Because that should be a hard... The intensity... See how it's soft? I don't understand. Okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna eat it. Don't know why.
I've been seeing people do reset brushes a lot lately. Daisuke said RGB intensity.
It's 100%. Oh, no, 26%. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know why or how that changed. That's weirdo. I never touched that. Obviously I did. Thank you. I might make these just punch in a little. And the only reason I say that is you have this sort of nice crown thing going on, and you have these really lovely layer transitions. And because you kept the square tops, it looks like it's interacting by going in or being on top. So I'd make whatever that is very clear. But I think having them dive in a little just gives you a nicer interaction up there. And then the only thing I would suggest is, because this is a pattern that someone would buy this ring for, do something and create a striking plate. It doesn't have to be big. And, you know, you can kind of make it tie into that pattern. But just have something there that's going to prevent these people from smashing out that pattern the second they get it. Because I've literally seen rings come back the same day because they went out to lunch at the little bar around the corner from where our shop was. And they would tap their hand, and they had these beautiful polished cement bar tops, and they would smash the living hajibas out of all the detail on their rings. Mind you, those weren't my designs, but I'm not going to say I told you to someone a few times, but figure out a way, you know, to just get something up and above the pattern here so it protects that pattern. I mean, it can be just something as simple as that. It doesn't have to be fancy. Just make sure they're not destroying something they love. And usually if there's something like a pattern like this on something, you know, they're going to love that pattern. It's going to be one of the reasons to buy it. The other thing, speaking of this pattern, I would probably use a frame to bring it out, and or maybe have it get bigger as it comes up, because you have so much going on up here that's these lovely dynamics and, you know, folds and this and that, that it just looks like you just cut a straight band in there. So you know, have it stretch a little or something, Or have this integrate in where this is tying in someplace a little bit more. So you're opening up to the top of the ring somehow. Because I just think, you know, you have all this dynamic stuff going on, and then it's just this band that's just slapped on there. So I would see if I could get this to transition or change somehow so it's not just this straight thing. Yeah.
They'd like to know if you think they'll have any problem casting it.
No, I don't see anything here that's problematic, really. Mm-mm.
I agree completely.
None of those are undercuts. Yeah, no, I don't think you'll have a problem in any way, shape, or form casting
Yeah, I really like that they filled in those sort of ribbons that come out from the side of the head.
it. Mm-hmm.
It looks like a hollow form,
It
but
really
it's
does. Like, even to
Yeah.
there, it looks like it, you know.
yeah, because I saw that comment and you had it on a side view of the ring, and I was getting ready to type, I don't know, I think those loops of fabric on the sides, that might be real hard to print, but then you turned it to the front. They're totally full.
Yeah. I would think about this transition with the band because it's so lovely and dynamic and kinetic and cool. And then you just have this slash band in there. But do know that this is going to catch on your pocket every time you put it in. You know, this is a pretty good distance and sort of a sweater hook. So, you know, that's pretty far off the finger, but I don't think it's an issue. I think you're okay. No, it's lovely. It looks awesome. So sharpen up that eye. Think about the rays. That's a here or there. That's not really a, I would change this, but something to think about. But I would sharpen the eye. I would do something about the band. And you could do it something that's non-symmetrical. Like, you know, you could have this come down and then have this be something else or whatever. But I think that you should treat that little area a little more specially than just slapping a band on it. Put a striking plate down there so they don't lose their detail. All in all, though, it's gorgeous. It's really nice. It's really clean. I just think you let that eye get a little soft. Yeah, no, beautiful. Any specific questions other than that? I mean, I'm more than willing to answer questions. Oh,
Doesn't seem like it.
all right.
Karthik had a ZPR.
Who did?
Karthik? This was in that first chunk, I believe.
I don't see it there. Oh, Karthik. Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to get all the way there. Load tool from project. There it is. There we go. You're right, I must have just hit CPR because this didn't change my aspect ratios and stuff. Okay. All right. So really interesting. I mean, the face is nice. It has some really interesting detail that has good character. You know, I mean, you're definitely bringing out a character here. Here's nice. I would say, and once again, this is just purely sort of animal anatomy-y, is that normally when you have your second joint, this is a little bit more like this angle. Because with only this much between the unless he's squatting, you're going to have, like, walking or something, you're going to keep hitting your butt. You don't have much clearance there. As far as, like, if you're walking, you know, your legs are acting as shock absorbers. And that's why, you know, with the extra joint there, it actually allows you to run faster because you have that extra joint. You get more spring. I just think this is, if he's not squatting, I think this distance is really tight. Your anatomy's in the right place, and you know it looks fine. Because you're obviously not using it. You know, you're not. The anatomy isn't the thing here. I think the fabric's a little squirrely, but honestly, you know, it's nothing where I'd say, okay, it's horrible. You just have a lot of stuff in here that, you know, as far as fabric goes, doesn't necessarily make sense. So I would strongly suggest getting like a towel or a rag or something like that and kind of putting it over a basketball so you can see where some of your transition stuff's a little bizarro in the fabric stuff. But you know what? Honestly, it's not horrible. It's just, I would say, because you obviously are doing some observing, you know. You have this, but here again, you know, what wrinkles are caused by are a point that's touching the body or a part that's bending, and you're getting, like, you're going to have wrinkles here because this is pinching, right? You're going to have, if it's tight, you're going to have tension wrinkles here because this is where the fabric's touching, this is where the fabric's touching, and then there's airspace in there, so the only way, if it's being pulled to the front, you're going to get these like little tension wrinkles, right? So the only way you're going to get this cross wrinkle in here is if there's an anchor point up here, right? There's got to be something that it's pinching from to create those angles. And these would probably have to be like literal folds for this to pull out that much and then continue through, right? You have this continuing through a side wrinkle. And that's not really how fabric behaves. But like I said, you're getting there. Your observation stuff is pretty good and you're getting the feeling, but the fabric itself is doing stuff that fabric wouldn't do. And that's just practice, right? I mean, it's not bad. I'm not saying, oh my God, that's horrible, because you're thinking about it and you're getting it there, right? Because you would have these wrinkles coming up and interfering with the seam. And I just have a feeling with it this low, you'd get a little bit more of this kind of stuff where it's like a true transitional wrinkle, because that's drooping, that's coming out from under. That would kind of go over it because this is pinching, that's pinching up. You get more knee pinch stuff, and then this would become a droop, sort of doing that. These would droop out and around. So I think, you know, once again, just looking at some fabric in the similar positions of what you got, I think it'll help a lot. You know, these make sense. I would probably run a pinch over this because these are created from there being more material here and stitching into there. So these are wrinkles that are caused by tuck. It's like tuck darting. And so I'd probably run back over this with a pinch, because it really is that seam that's creating those wrinkles, right? Let's see. I think we're not. No, okay. See here again, you've got, you're obviously observing, right? Because this is rolling off and coming down, rolling off, coming down, rolling off, coming down, rolling off, coming down, rolling off, coming down. These are created by this material coming around over, and you're getting that crease. But here is where you're getting confused, right? Because this would be a break in the fabric going this way, but this is coming over the shoulder, right? So if you have something draping off the shoulder this way, like maybe if they were carrying a gun or something and there's like something hard here, you might get some of these tensions coming off from this contact point, but that would not naturally occur that way. You're never going to get a cross and a droop that isn't under tension. So, like I said, you're observing really well. I would just set it up to where, you go buy some fabric of different thicknesses and, get a basketball chair and, if you have a dress form, hallelujah, and just start draping stuff to see what the fabric does when it's going off of a tension point, hitting something and rolling over it. And I think that with very little effort, you'll be able to get the fabric stuff down a little bit cleaner. Because, like I said, you're observing, it's looking good. It's just, there are things that won't happen with real fabric. And, yeah, I would say play with some real fabric. Because, you're close. It's not like you're far off. You're close. You got it. What about? Oh, you're talking about music for something else. I thought you were talking about this.
For ZBJW videos.
I was just like, I don't know that implies that he was listening to music. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like the tool menu on the. You like the tool menu on the left? Oh, that tool menu. I thought you meant all of these things that I moved over to the right recently. Because I knew we were going to have new stuff, so I was going to put experimental stuff over here on the left. And when I get a bigger Cintiq, it's going to be so much more obvious. All right, who's next? Is this person here? Did they ask any questions? Or are we okay?
I think we're all right.
All right.
Up next is Riz.
Brid?
Riz.
Oh, Riz. Okay, so I don't have those yet. Did you hide the ones that we've...
No. I have hidden the ones that you no longer should download.
Okay. Download. It sucks about moving to LA though, is I'm not going to be able to get this good at internet. Definitely not at this price. Right? 900, 980 up and down for $87 a month. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, it really is. I've been looking for fiber here. The only fiber I can get is through Comcast, and it's asynchronous.
Yeah,
so
I hate that.
The download is a gig, but upload is still only like 30 megabytes.
It's so stupid. Why would you do that?
Because they can. Because most customers don't know any better.
Yeah, capitalism's awesome. It just makes so much sense. We let companies just stomp our teeth in all the time. Why? Because we're silly. M-O-U-S-E. Silly mouse. Tricks are for kids. And my eyes are not focusing on things. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need new glasses. Oh, someone got a big old model in there. Wait, didn't we do Carlos's? Or is that a new Carlos?
It must be, well, so I don't know what you did for the first hour when I wasn't here.
Well, we'll find out. Him and his. It's all ZTLs. Except for Carlos, who has an archive, so that's not going to open. All right, so all of these are going to open up. Why'd you do? What is going on here? Okay, first of all. Okay, there. Now. Boom. 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 Is Miko still here? Did he re-enter this one?
There are no Miko pieces in this folder right now.
I have 2 Miko pieces in this folder.
Then you re-downloaded them. Did you refresh the page?
Well, this came in, and I don't remember seeing this. Let's see, we have this. That's new.
Mm-hmm. Kieran,
Isn't
That's
this
new.
Miko?
Sure looks like it, yeah. But there are no Miko pieces in this folder.
Where did those come from?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's super weird, because I just clicked these and hit download. It really wants Miko to be involved. Okay, where's the other? So Carlos, we need to extract you. Oh, it's a completely different guy. Okay. Sculpted. All right. And I guess this is Sculpted. Okay.
Is this Riz's?
No. I had to unlock. Carlos's was packed into 3 different things, so I had to unpack it, make sure that it was unpacked, and then move on from there. So now Rizzo's is Spooky Ring. Spooky Ring. I'm assuming this is Rizzo's, huh? Is Rizzo here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hello. How are we doing?
Bonjour. Good, thank you.
Good,
Is the
good.
microphone okay?
Yep. You could turn your volume up just a touch, but
I can probably talk louder. I was trying to be quiet because I was expecting it to be really loud.
nope, you're good.
Okay.
Alrighty. I like your subtle little faces and the squigglies. The squigglies are actually looking pretty nice. I'm not seeing anything that's overlapping or being strange.
I unfortunately lost my subdivisions because I sculpted you see the back and the front. I accidentally had the symmetry on the Z or something.
Sure.
So I had to re-dynamish the back and the front separately into one piece.
Makes sense. All right, so the only thing I'm going to say about this is, well, I mean, I'll say it. Never mind. It's silly statement. First thing I'm going to say, let's start there, is this is almost 16 millimeters, right? I'm assuming this is the underside. This is the top,
Uh,
the one with the face.
yeah.
Yeah. So this is 16 millimeters. That's really big to be on the belly of a ring, right? Because you got to think as you bend your finger, you know, you can measure from here to here, and that might be 16 mil, right? But as you bend your finger, it's really only like 9 mil down here, right? For it to fit comfortably. So I would taper this fairly substantially. Just especially since it's so deep, you got to figure that it's much easier to pinch your finger around something like that as it is to pinch your finger around something like right here. So this caliper is 16 mil. So this is how thick the bottom of your ring is. And then you've added thickness to it, right? So now when I try to close my finger around it, you see how it cuts into the finger as opposed to having something thinner, which will allow your finger to close. So if you have something wide, you got to keep it, really, you have to keep the underside of a ring pretty. 11 is pushing like the larger size of men's ring and width on the bottom. So I would keep it below that. So we're just going to go Y, W. Come on. No. No. That's symmetry. And I didn't turn symmetry off. So. To measure finger. So that's almost 10 mil now, right? So that I would say is really pushing it for. I distort that. Oh. Everybody, stop what you're doing. No, I didn't. Okay.
To be honest, I'm not actually sure what the radius of the center is either, or like what it would be in terms of ring size.
Oh, it did distort. Okay, hold. Well, we can figure that out too. Mm-hmm. So 27 mil. So what is that? That's probably like a 10 and a half. Maybe a 12 on.
I'm thinking 13, 14.
I don't think 27 is 27 that big.
27's pretty big. 27 is like a 16 or 17 US.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. So that's huge. Yeah. So just by shrinking that might be substantially more realistic. Interesting. So if we go 1760 what? Henry.
What size are you going for?
What's 1760?
1760 is 15 and a half.
No, you just said 27 was a 16.
7 and 7 and a half.
7.5. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's
Well,
not
I'm
a.
looking for a good size chart, and I just found one that was for a different country's measurement system.
Update size ratio. So 23 is an 11?
As size 11 is 20.6.
So 23 is still like a 13, isn't it? Okay.
What's the average male ring size, do you think?
9, 10, something like that. I think we make most of our test prints 10s.
Yeah.
Which really annoys me because I can't wear a 10.
But it's my size.
Yeah, I don't care about your size. That doesn't help me any.
Oh.
It doesn't allow me to show any of our work. Yeah, so that actually makes that dramatically smaller, but still, I mean, you're still dealing with. Stop it. Subtool. Yeah, it's still 16 mil. Yeah, you're gonna have to taper that because that's still huge. So I would say that's the one thing you got to deal with is tapering that butt end so it'll fit someone. Taper down, and then make sure you come in here and prevent that from. So there you go. And know that you're going to have a hard time driving with this ring because your finger is going to be sitting that 8 mil up, right? You know, that is going to affect how you grab stuff. You know, you're going to be like that, right? Because that's going to be standing off that deep. So that's a big standoff. But it's not, I mean, I've done bigger and weirder ones, so it's not something that's necessarily unfeasible. It's just, it's definitely a big, excuse me, it's definitely a big butt. But with a face like that, you know, it looks like this was definitely designed to plant into someone's skull. So that is definitely a skull hammer you got there.
Wasn't the intention, but
You succeeded, though. I mean, you know, like I said, head hammer, this wins.
I'll probably
You can shrink it down.
now that you've tapered it, I'll re-sculpt the back so it's a little bit flatter or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're doing there.
Yeah, I just squished it down. I mean, that does, you know, it obviously gives you other lumps, but that's something a little bit more feasible, probably. But I like it. I mean, I think your forms, you know, you haven't created anything that is non-determined, I guess. You know, how you're not just randomly winding up in places. You're taking a little bit more time and being conscientious about where things are going. Your face is cute. I like it.
The face curve's probably not as much because that was done the day before the 31st, or
Sure.
on the 31st, sorry. So I was trying to rush that to get.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's not, you know, it's not flagrantly just off. You know what I mean? You can toot it up for sure. You know, just having this one coming out of nowhere, that might have had this, you know, be a shape that's more like that or something instead of just coming here, you know. All in all, I like it. You know, this has all been distorted now because of the taper, so that's something that, you know, like you said, you might not necessarily need to be resculpted, but coming back in with your quad symmetry and figuring out where X and Z, right? We're not center. You know, you might want to come back in here and fiddle futz with this stuff so it looks like it's not mushed. But
I really struggle with making the curves interesting.
mm-hmm.
I've kind of got into this kind of what's the word? My brain's gone. Like, you know, it's just the pattern is always the same. It's always this kind of like flat planed curvature with maybe 2 sides or 3 sides to
Mm-hmm.
it. And I kind of I'm stuck in that, and I
Yeah.
can't get out of trying to make like the ring before. It felt a little bit more natural, the curve, and it was smoother.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of struggling with making it more interesting.
Well, I would say try working with, instead of doing planes for a while, try working with like just cylinders, triangles, and rectangles, and seeing how you could get, you know, a cylinder to bend into something and have it come out, and just try to play with forms as opposed to your surface detail. Because I think if you start making interesting forms, you'll be able to find places where the curves make sense in the transition, the form transition. Does that make sense? Because right now you're just approaching these, you're going flat, right? You're just going off of a flat ring. So
Yeah.
I would say do something that has an interesting form first, and then you can fiddle futz with how to get those shapes and stuff to work with a more complex form. So, you know, make a ring that has an interesting set of forms, and then figure out how those curves can interact and transition between that. I think that could be a good exercise.
Can I add? I think the 3D printer that you have is going to be your best friend here. I can tell you want to break the rules. A ring doesn't always have to be a perfect circle. It doesn't always have to be thick on top, thin on the bottom, etc. And those rules are in place for a reason, but can absolutely be broken. But that 3D printer can help you figure out how, where, and why they can be broken. So this
Well, they
ring is
can
incredibly
appear to be broken,
yeah.
but there are things you cannot do with rings if you want someone to wear them, right? I mean, if you're making something that's going to be on the wall and it's really more an art piece than something you plan to wear, that's one thing. But you know, if you want rings, they can't have fat bottoms because you can't close your hands, right? You know, and you could be like, oh, well, that's the whole point. I'm trying to make the body contour to different things and it's limiting. Cool. But understand that's going to be for a theater piece or a research piece. It's not going to be something you're going to sell, if that makes sense.
Right.
So, you know, there are like, don't have razor blades on the sides of your rings. Yeah, if you're going to hang it on a wall, that's cool. But, you know, you put a big razor blade on each side of the ring, you're going to cut the other fingers off. And that's not going to sell another ring, you know. So, yes, you know, but if you did want something that was appearing to be wide, yeah, let's go back. You know, you're like, I really want it to look like this. Well, one thing you got to understand is no one in the world is ever going to see this, right? Because that's on the inside of the hand. So it could be a cool thing, but understand only when someone's not wearing it would you ever see this. But let's say, oh no, I was really inspired by Thor's hammer and I want this ring to look like Thor's hammer. Well, okay, but I would suggest doing something like this, where you get the Thor's hammer shape out here, but where you're wearing it, you can come back in and make this thin, right? So it doesn't infringe on the motion, if that makes sense. Right? Because that would wear fine, because you could bend your finger on it, right? And you can have these big, wacky shapes as long as it wears well, or at all. I mean, you know. And once again, if it's for like, you're viewing it more as a cocktail ring or something that people are not going to wear every day, but it's for, let's say, the Met Gala or something like that. Well, if they don't mind bending their fingers and that's kind of the gag, well then yeah, great. You can build something where you can't bend your fingers. But no one's going to buy that for daily use. And if someone doesn't know that's the gag or the point, then they're never going to buy another one of your rings ever, because they're going to be like, I can't even wear it. So just making sure that the rules that are there for reasons, you have to work around them if your aesthetic is this, right? You just have to make it where they can close their hand, and then everyone's happy. If that makes any sense.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Cool.
To be fair, I wasn't thinking about wearability at all when I first designed it, but I'm glad that it came up, because now I can have that in my mind for next time.
Yeah, I think, well, most of the stuff you've made hasn't been super unwearable, so it's not something that's come up much, because for the most part you've been decorating flat pieces, right? And so instead of starting with something that's flat, let's go.
I will try to get onto your course before the end of this year. That's my aim.
Cool. So if we go, that would be good. Where is CMOD? And I'm going to insert, turn symmetry on, turn multiple on. Boom. I'm symmetrical in the wrong way. Boom. Okay. And so now we're going to make symmetry XYZ. I'm going to a hole here, and then I'm going to break that up. And raise this up. And I'm going to split this again. And I'm going to raise that up. And I'm going to make this a little frame. And then we're going to bridge these two things. Okay. And then I'm going up.
I might ask if it's okay, before the end of this crit, how you might support this for printing.
Oh, sure. And so now, right, you've changed your... Here I've changed my form. So now, when you start dividing this up, and I know this is silly, but when you start dividing this up and you're thinking about your patterns and rhythms and angles and stuff, you're like, okay, well, now I gotta solve these problems. So it's like, okay, I want this to do this. That'll come around. So if that's going around, do these come around and go over, does this. So if you're breaking up your plane structure instead of just starting with a band, I think you're going to get some of that stuff resolved, if that makes any sense. Now for printing. Delete all.
So do you always kind of play with the ring in ZModeler before you start sculpting?
99.9% of the time I'll start there. Yeah.
Okay.
Just delete it, did it? No, okay. So first thing we do, we know we're the right size, right? We've got a ring, we're happy, it's the right size. So first thing you need to do is check mesh integrity, fix mesh, close holes, and then I have my Kitco plugin here, and see how we now get a metal price. So this is our spot Kitco metal prices. There's a lot of metal in this, so in 22 karat yellow, that's $7,300 worth of metal, or $59 in silver. Now, so we know that hold on. Don't say that. So now you have this, you know that it is watertight. So we can now send this to a printer. But first, what we're going to do, we're going to have it set at 1,000,000. I'm going to do custom, and I'm going to decimate this, because normally you have more than 1.6 million. And it is going to decimate. Okay, so there we go. And now you can see that this has been decimated, right? So at this point, I have a decimated model, and you can see it softens it a little, right? You know, it'll soften some of your detail here because we've just, you know, made this a much lower polygon model. So what you can do, like let's say we want this to be very sharp. At this point, I come in and refine my high detail, right? A lot of times, I'm not like, let's say this was the actual detail, and I couldn't, and I'm at a 26 million poly model. I can't divide it again because it takes it over 100 million polys, but I don't have enough geometry to actually get the sharpness I want out of it. That is when we'll come back to this model. Are these the same size? No, this is going to be problematic. Okay, hold on. We're going to go here. We're going to duplicate this. I thought these were the same size. So we're going to take this one and we are going to come back here where it's full res. There we go. And now I'm going to make this the history state. We're going to come back here to this one, which is the decimated version. And if I need to clean up my model, right, I want more resolution here that I had in this model, right? Even though this one isn't very high res. Here, I'm going to do, we're going to make that sharper. We're going to make that sharper. I'm going to make this sharper. And we'll make this sharper. So this stuff didn't show up in this piece. And I know this isn't nearly as dramatic as it should be because, well, namely, this isn't a very high poly model, but we're going to come back to our decimated model. And I'm now going to turn my history brush on. I'm going to turn Sculptress Pro on. So we're going to pull backface masking out of this. And I'm going to come back in and really, I'm going to come back in and history brush. Why are you not working? Okay. History brush. Let's come back here and make sure that our history state, see our history state was not set correctly. So, come back in here. I'm going to use my sculptress brush and I'm going to bring my high res back to here. Now you'll notice that this isn't super high res because this is the size of my brush. I can make my brush smaller, come back in, and paint down to the high res details. Since these weren't high res details, you're not getting a ton of high res detail, but you can see that it definitely sharpened up. And so here at the phase right before I send it out, I have this. Now, the one thing we're going to have to do is check mesh integrity again. All right, get metal prices, can. So now I know that my model is watertight and I have a metal price. We save that usually and send it along. But here we come over to 3D Print Hub. And this is where 99.9% of when things are screwed up, it's because of this gesture. Hit update size ratio. This is our size, we accept. I'm over here, none of these are on. I'm only going to export the one, so I'm going to make it visible. It is visible, but I tend to like to turn the eye on just in case, because sometimes it does weird stuff, so there we go. I'm going to come back over here and hit update size ratios again. I'm going to go, yeah, that looks good. And now I can either click this, which is send to preform, which sends it to the Formlabs printers, or export STL. Now in our export options, I usually have visible on, export to separate files. I usually send my poly paints and binary matrix. Start it. So this way, if I'm sending more than one model, all I have to do is turn it on, right? And now that'll send 3 or 4 STLs out. Now here again is where everyone blows this. So I have a couple things on and I go here and I go, all right, update size ratio. Awesome. And then I'm like, oh, I want this to be visible. So I click on that and make it visible, right? Well, does anyone see a problem here? I have now told the computer that this model is this size. So when I send this out, it's going to be the wrong scale. So all you have to do is, oh wait, hit update size ratios. And look, the number's different, right? We were 36, 49, 20, and we're 26, 37, 20 now. And that's fine, because now that is the size of this subtool. And when I export all of these out that are visible, when I export these out, they are going to stay in relative scale to the subtool that you have selected to measure. And people screw this all the time. People screw this so often that people think that ZBrush has no scale. And it's just because you're not telling it what to measure when you export. So just make sure, let's go back here. This is our part. Before you send export to STL or send to, really? Before you hit anything to export this model, just hit update size ratios again. Just keep hitting it. Hit it 15 times. I hit it a lot because even I do this and I know that this is where it blows. And then you export to STL, save the name. Now you have an STL. That STL is to scale and ready to print because it's watertight because you got a price off of it.
You need to repair.
Yeah, that was the whole check mesh integrity fish mix, right?
So you don't need to do that after either.
Well, just as long as when you click this comes up, right? Because this means that it's watertight. Because you can't get a volume off a non-watertight model.
Right.
And this gives you your metal prices. And I always like to send that along just so people are like, I don't understand.
Yeah, if you can get it through Kitco, you won't need NetFab or anything after
Right.
fact.
That's
No.
the one I was referring to. Yeah, sorry, couldn't remember the name.
Yeah, because you can't get volume from something
So
that
this
has holes.
clears up non-manifold edges and things like that too.
Yeah, that's what the check mesh integrity does.
Right, right.
Yep. Because like if you have coplanar surfaces or anything, it freaks this out. It doesn't work. All right. And then there you go. Just make sure. Update size ratio. The most important thing in the world to printing. That button right there. Because that's a button that I know people who've been printing for years who have told me, Tomas, I've never touched that button before. And I'm just like, how do you print anything? And they're like, oh, I send it in the Magics and scale it there. I'm like, why don't you just, what are you doing? It's just, yes. So hit update size ratios. That's an important one. And update size ratios is not sliders to subtool. You notice I have these in different places. Sliders to subtool, whether it is visible or not, measures the entire box of what you have in your subtools. Where update size ratios, like if I just want to know what this size of this right here is, I could just go boop, and then we're going to take that away, boop, and update size ratios, and now you can see that that is 6 mil long, 10 mil long, or 10 mil high, 6 mil wide, and 3 mil deep, because it's looking at, oh well, there you go, it's measuring from there to there, right? So you can measure very specific things. You're like, oh, I designed this, but how big is this stone? Right. Hide part, update size ratio, and that's 0.5 mil. So this is another really easy way to get like box measurements for things. You're like, oh, I need these to be, rondelles. Okay, great. Awesome. So we're going to take that, hide part, update size ratios, and that's 1.9. Now it's actually probably 2.17, but you get it, right?
I don't think many people know that trick either, that you can mask something and then get the exact measurements of that particular piece.
Well, look at there.
And I never noticed that before.
Learning. It's a good thing.
Do you have to isolate it before you do that, or is it just whatever's masked?
No. You have to isolate it. It's whatever's visible.
Right.
Hide part. Add part, boop, update size ratio. But so you see here we have 1.8, 6.4, 1.7. But if you do that to sliders to subtool, oh, interesting. That's new, isn't it? Daisuke. This used to give you a measurement, but it gave you the measurement for the whole tool. And now that's a new warning. I like that better, because it can be confusing. If things are roughly the similar shape, you could really blow it, because sliders to subtool will now only do it with the full subtool. That's nice, actually. And of course, transpose action line is a ruler, right? So if you go W, then you go Y, you get your transpose tool. And as long as within preferences you have, I don't know if this is, I think they made this the default now, if I'm not wrong. You can tell me, Daisuke. If you go to transpose units, okay? So for those of you who don't know, a unit in ZBrush is 1 millimeter. So when you get all this stuff up here, you don't have to actually set scene scales. 1 unit is 1 millimeter. It is a constant in ZBrush. So you go, now you can make your own sizes and all. Don't do that. That's crazy talk. Unless your job has a specific thing and blah, blah. Don't do it. So we're going to say unit scale is 1, right? So 1 unit is 1. So 1 millimeter is 1 unit. And then major ticks, we set it at 1. So at every unit, there's a big tick. So there's a tick on it, on your transpose tool, a major one, it's a big tick, and that's every millimeter. Now I have minor ticks, and I set my minor ticks at 10 because I deal with metric. And so as we zoom in here, I drag this from this point to this point, you can see, oh no, stop, we don't want to auto save. I'm going to zoom in here real quick, and you can see that there are big ticks. There's one right there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little ticks. And so we know that that's going to be like 1.13. Let's go up here. Oh, look, 1.1721. So technically, I was right. That's 1 millimeter and 13 tenths, right? So anyone who says ZBrush isn't accurate, I'm going to over here, we're going to 4 decimal points into a millimeter. Tenths, hundredths, thousands, 10,000. We're going to a 10,000th of a millimeter. That's not real. That's computer measuring. I mean, you can breathe on a surface and remove a 10,000th of a millimeter. You know, so you can use a ruler. You can use your masking. You can use a universal box measurement or a visible measurement to the whatever's visible. So per subtool, I don't think it measures multiple subtools. So yeah, so there are lots of ways of measuring, and ZBrush is insanely accurate. You know, here, look, now this measurement's going to 100,000th of a millimeter, right? So, you know, to say that ZBrush isn't accurate, silly. You know, here you go, that's 100,000th of a millimeter. Yeah, those aren't real numbers as far as production goes. Still trying to get them to work on the one where you draw a curve and it gives you the length of the curve. One of the older plugins did that. I can't remember what it was, but like Measurement Pro or Caliper Pro or something like that. So there is a way to measure, like if you're drawing a curve, but it isn't integrated in this tool yet. I'm still working on that one.
While Pixologic dice is here, we need a curve interpolate, so it interpolates along the curve.
Yeah, they're working on that one. That's a
Oh, really?
It's a much tougher thing than going along a surface. Yeah, that's a tricky one. We asked about that in beta and they laughed at us. So I wouldn't expect that this month.
I do have a question regarding measurement. Sorry. What's the sort of minimum thickness do you recommend for like a ring to not break or snap?
I start all of my ring bases at, I think, 2 mil. So all of my rings are 2 mil thick to begin with. So I wouldn't go below. Well, if you're dealing with thin, petite engagement rings, 2 mil is probably like 2 mil by 2 mil. Like that's probably the minimum you want to go because you're just going to mangle that, right? But 2 mil thick as a minimum, and then sculpting out from that is pretty safe. 3 mil gets a little thick on the inside of the fingers if you're, you know, as a side thickness. That's why I start at 2 mil as a general rule.
I'll try to make all the changes with complete
Yeah.
durability and accuracy in mind.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And it's fun. I like it.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Who's next, sir?
Rich.
Miko. Let's see, here's the other Miko. Delete all. I don't know where all those Mikos came from. Rahul. Rich. Here we go. Llama guy. I don't like it. Frank.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how we doing? Well, the sound of my fan now sounds like marching band. We have a high school over here, like you can hear them practicing their marching band stuff all the time. It's just like, oh my god, marching bands. And so now I'm hallucinating. My fan sounds like marching bands. Sorry. Your anatomy's nice and tight.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, it's looking good. Everything's attaching in the right places. I like your chiselly feel. That's nice. Your llama's awesome. He's a great llama face. You're like, it's not a llama, it's a chihuahua. I'm like, oh. Well, then maybe. I'm assuming it's a llama before I make myself look dumber. Oh, alpaca. Same thing, basically. They're
Kind of the same thing, I guess. I mean, they look very similar, but you know.
Yeah, well, for me, who really has seen them at farms and in Peru, from like 20 feet, I don't know if I could tell the difference. Llamas have longer faces, don't they? Seems like
I'm not too sure.
might
I
have
only looked at
llama.
images or refs or something like that. I never met them in real life, though.
Oh, they smell. They're very
You
smelly
don't want to meet
animals.
a llama.
No, llamas are not like, people are like, I want a llama as a pet. And you're like, you're crazy. That's madness. That's crazy talk.
They're always angry.
Yeah, they're pissed off. I can't say that for alpacas though. I don't know how many alpacas I've ever met, but whew, llamas are nasty buggers. They're like camels. You know, when we futzing around with a camel. Camels bite you, turn their back and they bite you and have big earrings. And man, wait till a camel gets a hold of your earring and doesn't want to let go. That is not even entertaining. Because people get really pissed if you punch their camels. It's like, they're like, don't hit the camel. I'm like, get it out of my face. It's horrible. See, camel stories from alpacas. I like. Go ahead.
You don't mind if I send in the concept?
No, please.
Or I'll just send it in the stream chat.
Yeah, in the Discord.
Yep.
Yeah. I like it because it looks like he has, he has attitude. I like how you're blocking it in because you're obviously using an anatomical reference of some sort, but he also has like some attitude. You know what I mean? I like the block up. Without a doubt, it's nice. All right, so where are we going? Discord.
Just give me a moment. I'm just finding it.
It looks exactly like that. Oh no, that's a pumpkin ring. Sorry.
All right, so here is a rough concept. It's really rough, but like trying to sculpt the first one. So,
Where did you send it? Progress pieces or
in this Twitch stream chat?
Okay, there we go. Sorry. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, very cool. Sort of like Mesoamerican llama, gorilla, orangutan-y sort of. I like it. I don't know how many Mayan orangutans there were, but still cool. I love the images. They're great. Is
Thank
that a
you, sir.
gorilla witch? Does she fly on the broom? That'd be cool.
He was supposed to be a janitor, but
But
what was it? My teacher said that was it they don't really have buckets, so I kind of removed it. I forgot to add in some kind of replacement for the bucket or something.
that's okay. I like the witch idea better. Oh no, he flies on it. What are you up to? Like, you don't fly. Like, how many Mayan gorillas do you know? Just stop right there. It's called suspension of disbelief, buddy. No, these are cool.
Thank you.
The one thing I'd say about the image of the llama or alpaca or whatever, it looks like his center of balance is over the knee, and it would be over the center of the leg. And I know it's at an odd angle, but it looks like he's a little too far forward as far as balance, right? Because it wouldn't be over the knee. It'd be more like what you have it here. So I would say, as far as the concept drawing goes, just look at that if you're going to include them. I mean, it's a concept drawing, it doesn't matter, so never mind. But you did it here where it's not. I'd argue you might want to skew him back just a touch. I know that it's leaning forward, but center of balance is important, so you might want to think about getting him more maybe there, right? Because ear, knee to hoof, that's pretty close. And that can be done with an arch in the back or, you know, whatever, but pay attention to your center of gravity for sure when you have the bent leggy things. Okay. Because its head can lean forward, but you'd be either throwing the shoulders back more to compensate. But the anatomy's nice. I like your breakouts. Yeah, no, I'd say you're killing it. You're definitely getting there.
Yeah, I also have another question. Like, I was wondering how far could I push the muscle anatomy? Because is it for now? It's like in the rough block out kind of
Right,
phase,
I would,
and
that exactly. I would say, I mean, you can make it really tight anatomically. You know, you don't want to get here. Let's just, you know, if you're doing, you know, let's. No. No. Okay, you were there. I thought I just did that with the with Sculptures Pro. And you get a pickle muscle there. You know, let's say you're trying to get your anatomy in, right? But you do have to think that, you know, this guy has fur and fairly thick skin. You know, you're not going to get, human skin is really, really thin in the grand world of skins, you know. So if you're thinking about it, you just got to think, you know, you're probably not going to get, you know, that kind of definition, if that makes any sense. You know, think about the subcutaneous fat and the thickness of the skin. You know, llama skin's fairly thick. You know, you're probably dealing with 2.5 mil. And then if you're dealing with subcutaneous fat and stuff like that, you're probably talking about 3 mil skin. So you're not going to get any really sharp points. But if you like take slash down and make it wide, you know, getting where you're getting definition at the pinch where there may be a little fold over. But is this what you're asking? I mean, I could be totally just, you're like, that's not what I'm asking. You know?
Oh, I never really considered about the skin too much. I was thinking about more of the muscles, but
Well, but
yeah,
that's what's going to allow, you know, because in a human, we have very, very thick skin. So when you see bodybuilders and they're getting that very, very tight definition, right? That's just because the skin and subcutaneous tissue is super thin. So if you are at, you know, 12% body fat or 10% body fat and you're totally ripped, I mean, you're really seeing the striations in that muscle. I mean, you're getting all of that. Where I would probably guess, you know, you're not going to get that in most of the muscle, like being able to see striations. You know, if you look at a horse, you know, obviously some of the pec muscles get striated where you're getting some of that pinch on those muscles. But I would argue, especially for a stylized piece, I wouldn't get too much like deeper than that, because otherwise you're, you know, you just don't have that kind of rigid definition through a thicker skin, if that makes any sense.
I see.
So does that help with that question, or are we talking about a different thing?
Yeah, it does. It does help.
Yeah,
I was wondering also about like modeling hooves or something like that, because I tried sculpting in the hooves and I had extreme trouble with that. So do
really.
you know, yeah,
What
do you know
what was what were you having trouble with? I mean,
uh
like the
if you look at
texture.
the was it the concept art,
Mhm.
he has those three fingered hooves for his hands. So that's what I had
Oh,
a little bit of trouble with
sure, sure,
because
sure. Let's look at that.
it's not really, I don't think there's a lot of animals that have that kind of feature, maybe.
All right, open original.
It's a little bit hard to tell.
Control plus. Can I zoom in? That's interesting. Is this? It's. So what is he holding here? Do we know?
It's what's it? You know those shakers for alcoholic
Okay.
drinks?
So okay. Yep. Yep. So it's a shaker. Now.
But I'm asking about his hands or
Yeah. Yeah. No. 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 I'm just trying to define the shape of the form here because it looks like he actually has a lot of fingers. That's the
uh,
outside edge of the canister, I'm assuming.
yes, sir.
And then this is the thumb, right? He has the thumb, and then he has like that and that. So is it 3 fingers and a thumb he's pulling off here? I think that's what they're
Yeah,
implying.
it's supposed to be like three fingers. I probably did forget to draw the other hand, the one with the skull on it,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it's a little
Because
bit
it looks like a
undefined.
sheep paw, you know. I'm assuming this is
Mm,
fluff.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's probably 2 fingers and a thumb. Um, yeah, because he's definitely implying you have, and then I'm assuming down here it's just a little breakout. Come on, you can do it. Moving with snake hook with AccuCurve on helps a lot because it'll take the point right down. So you sort of, here's a little shorter than that. This will be And then we sort of billowy. That's your wooliness, whatever that lumpy form is, right? We're just gonna imply it there. No, that's not what we want to do. Stop it. It's like that might be more of just a cuff instead of fluffiness, so we'll just smooth that out. Duplicate. And then to delete hidden. I just want more geometry, but I don't want the whole model. Chichen Itza's the best. I'd love me some Chichen Itza.
I found out recently that they don't let people walk up it anymore.
Nope, they don't. Mike and Liz were down there, and I was like, "Oh, did you walk up?" And they don't. Yeah, no, it's not good.
I don't blame them. When I walked up it, it was terrifying. Not because of the height, but because the steps are only a couple inches.
No, it's
Like-
really not meant for.
It's really.
It can get sketchy. I'll give you that.
Walk. You kind of have to go up it sideways.
Yeah, definitely makes it easier. But you don't get to go up it anymore at all anymore, so none of that for you. I'm glad I went up them. Did you go to like the Temple of the Sun and all of that as well?
Yeah. That was really cool. And they're
Teotihuacan.
they're not basketball court.
Yeah. I'm a big Mayan fan. I think they were awesome. And I love they just keep finding out that the civilization was bigger and bigger and bigger. Every time they do a LiDAR, they found like a New York or a Chicago. They're like, yeah, we had a few of those around. Mesoamerica is just rad. And like forever they thought the Mayans were just like, yeah, they were like hippies, you know, they were in tune with nature, it was great. And then and they chop people's hearts out and drag thorns through their tongues and genitals, and it was like, yeah, welcome to Mesoamerica, dude. It ain't hippies. It was a rough place that worshipped volcanoes. It's no joke. And then thing. Now I'm basing this off of that drawing. I didn't even look at alpaca hoof. I did not use the Google machine. Ah. We were getting there. Okay, so they actually have the secondary. Weirdos.
Gotta have those nails clipped.
Right? I think that's the only one that looks like a hoof. All the other ones look like bird feet. That's crazy, isn't it? Is an alpaca considered a hoofed animal?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it looks evolutionarily like they... Alpacas do not have hooves. Instead, they have two toes with hard toenails on the top and pads on the bottom. So, what have we learned? We have learned that alpacas do not have hooves. Learn something new every day. I had no idea. But that changes this some. Where that hump in that drawing is actually the second knuckle of the toe. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Brings that up. It has that weird little hitch. So alpacas don't have the tertiary stumpy thing. Look at that. They do not have your tertiary, like little, this guy right here. Looks like that's just kind of completely gone away. Fascinating. Who knew? Yeah, it just kind of disappeared up in your thing. Absolutely interesting. So who are alpaca foot and alpaca foot? That one has 5 toes. Okay, so that changes this a little bit in the sense of what you're actually getting is Mm-hmm. 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 And on local symmetry. Okay. Smoother stroke. And then that comes back down to your heel ankle hump thing. Probably your alpaca foot's looking something like that. And then this is the end of the fur line. And since these are nails, you're going to have the hair growth linear. Probably would be my guess. This is not a symmetrical model, and I am sculpting in symmetry. Give it a little nail ridge up the center. And then if they are nails, it might not necessarily be a cuticle of sorts, but if they're nails, they definitely are growing out of a little lip of some sort, because nails grow. So that's meat. That's your nail. Foot muscles. And then if you're going to anthropomorphize that, right? So that's sort of your foot. It's probably a little bit straighter up and down. But that's a quick reference look. But if you're going to, let's duplicate. You Come on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And probably just incorporate it in sort of like that. So you're still carrying sort of that hoof feel, and just make the tip of that the nail. Where your palm's the back of the hoof, or toes or whatever, your toe pads, and then just give it a wrist ball joint so it makes sense that it's bending there as a hand.
I see.
That'd be my guess anyway. I don't know if that was helpful or even what you were asking for, but because then you can hold stuff and stretch it out and get it to where you need. And then give it like a thumb transition there, so it, you want it to represent a hand, so give it some of that same anatomy, so to at least appear as if it has, the thumb geometry making sense where it's pinching in front of your palm geometry. Yeah, something in that vein, maybe. And your old alpaca foot. 2 little toes. Weirdos. Who the hell ever knew that? I had no idea. That's fascinating. I've learned about alpaca feet. Now the question, are alpaca feet and llama feet the same? Now I have to find that out. Sorry guys. Everybody gets away with my the llama foot. Yep. Same damn thing. Interesting.
Evolution.
Yeah, evolution's a wacky thing, isn't it?
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Now I can
Hopefully that
finally
helped.
rest in peace. I can finally sleep.
Right.
I'll update my progress on this alpaca in the community tab.
Please do. And, bring it back here. People who see it, like to see things go on. So, yeah, no, without a question. That's exciting. Thank you. Sorry I
Good night.
took that much time talking about alpaca feet. Hope that was helpful. You're just like, dude, it's enough. Enough. All right. Thanks.
All right, see ya.
Have a lovely day, night, afternoon, whatever it is. All right. Who's next?
Up next, you've got just a PNG, just a picture from Alvaro. I don't see an accompanying model.
Oh, wow. That's great. I like that your stomach scales are flames. Your like lizard skin stuff looks great. I would still try to make sure that because you have this bright, everything's red. That doesn't help at all. Hold on. Can I change the color of this somewhere? I bet I can. We have to fix this. This is driving me crazy. Where's that window? There it is. Draws in. Let's change the color of this to that. We can see that on. Okay. So, these are obviously scales. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do this, are we? Where these are scales. So I would say that, because it looks like you cut these in, and you have these lips, right? You were getting there. There's dimensionality to it. But when you sculpted your scale in, you just cut around it. And we're losing the dimensionality on these scales some. And I would just love to see you come in, and we'll do it right here on this lovely alpaca llama foot. All right, and so you have your basic scales, and it looks like you got some dimensionality on this top lip. They're not just flat. And chances are you used an alpha or something to lay that out with, because that would give you the lines all the way around it too. And so what we have are scales. And so I use twist to really make this happen. SK twist. And I'll come around each one of these things, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. 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 And that. And see how you wind up with a bunch of oddly shaped scales. Right, where you're getting these shapes. Well, that's because you're not making scales, you're making humps. I understand this is a transition from a bubbly shape to a scale, but it is a real transition. And scales go under one another, right? So instead of having a flat thing, right, we have this, so I'm going to fill this in. Fill this in. Fill this in. Smooth that out. And let's look at the main difference between the shape of my scales and the shape of your scales. That is, I'm going to come in here. Let's dynamesh this so I don't see inches. See, so whoever says I'd never use dynamesh, they're wrong. So instead of taking, and I'm going to make this obviously big, instead of taking a cutting brush and cutting my lines in, hold on, let's turn this up. And you can see what this does is, one, it separates my surface continuity. So by cutting lines in, I have instantly lost the relationship between the scales, right? Because now they have the same cut, and that's how you wind up with scales with this shape. And, you know, some of these that had scoops in them like yours and such. All right, so that's a problem because it's not what scales are, right? Scales are pretty consistent and they overlap one another. So instead of just cutting surfaces in, I'm going to take twist. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to roll that edge. I'm going to roll that edge. Roll that edge. Roll that edge. Roll that edge. And roll. Come back in and smooth that down. So now this is physically going under the other scales as it would in reality. And what this does is it really allows you to have a highlight lip that makes sense. And, you know, you can throw textures and all that in there, which really punch it. You can get little lines up the centers and blah, 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 blah. But the thing about this is I have scales that are in front and behind of the scale, in front and behind it. And that really gives you a dimensionality that you lack when you just draw it in. Because see, this should be, right, this scale is in front. That's the bottom side that's in front. So this edge right here should be going under that. But see this bright reflective edge right here and right here? These appear to be in front of that just because at this angle we have this reflective edge. That reflective edge is there because you've just gone through and cut through it. Where if this were up, actually, can I open? I'll just show you one quickie little thing. Whoa. Opacity. See, by removing that highlight from where it was, give me my smudgy finger brush. Yes, that is, but it's officially called the smudgy finger brush, I'm pretty sure. So you see how these actually feel like that's tucking back under that edge, and then you have a bright edge and it's tucking under that edge. So just by those, we've created so much more depth in the scales, and they're traveling in the correct direction. So I would just say futz with your scales a little bit more, because down here you're getting a little bit closer to it, right? You can see here, this is closer because that's bright, it's dark, and the brightness isn't on the lip. So I would punch these scales to be a little bit more over under. But it's a beautiful image. It's great. I like it. It's a lot of fun. It's very kinetic. Yeah, no. Some good stuff. Without a doubt.
Next,
Mm-hmm.
Kieran.
Kieran. Okay. Hey, Buddha. Or Ibisu. Okay. So he's fun, he's great. He has a very good character. Let's here. Oh, he's all one piece. Okay. Let's okay. No, he's all one piece. I would have him sitting a bit more presentationally, because a lot of people are just going to be looking right up his nose at that angle on the ring. So, you know, because you show the ring, chances are you're sitting, you know, already that, even having moved that, I mean, you can see where if you're presenting that to someone, you know, you're holding it out, chances are you're going to be sitting at this angle, you get Buddha nose. So I would consider changing the angle of it, where he is a wee bit more presentational. And I would probably try to make the ring a touch bigger, or the face a touch bigger, and have it sitting in the ring a little more. And then, you know, well, depending on how you want to frame it, because if the ring is not covering the whole front of the ring, or the face is not the whole front of the ring, it just looks like it's planted on. You know, it's missing a little bit of intentionality as far as I'm concerned. And so if we get here, and here, right, so now we're actually looking at his face a little more. And that way you don't have so much height off the ring, because there's no need to have it sitting that high up off the ring, because one, it just adds a lot of metal, and two, there's just, from ears forward is all you need in a face ring. Okay, that was just me tilting it. I didn't want to trash the entire geometry. So here's the issue with this, right? You have this, it's on a ring, but it's just a face on a ring. There's no incorporation. There's no, it's a face on a ring. So you need to decide either, are you going to do something like, let's, have it. Let's do radial. So Y. Wow. Okay, that's totally the side of the ring. All right. So X, I'm guessing. You're going to have something that frames in, so you're pointing back to the center somehow. And obviously, this is not a very good radial, but you kind of get the idea, right? So something needs to be pointing at the head, and or it needs to be framed just to make it interesting, right? So because what that does by framing it and or giving it a halo or pointing at it somehow, it makes that the focus of the part. And wow, why is that so not symmetrical? Because it's not symmetrical. Okay. You can see how by even just doing something as simple as this, it makes that the center of the part, right? So find a way to
What do you
incorporate.
think about molding the head to the shape of the ring, if that makes sense?
So you want the ring to be the face and nothing else? Sort of like, I mean, like those proportions? Is that what you're thinking? Where it's a head ring or a character ring?
What do you think about that? I mean, this makes sense too, but I was just curious. Sorry, there's a little delay on my end if I'm a little bit delayed.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I mean, either way is cool. I mean, I don't think there's an issue. I mean, one thing, this is going to be less expensive because by making the ring the size or the head the size of the ring, you now have a lot of, expansion here. Let's go back to this guy since he's masked off. You probably rock that chin down. And then we're to the ring. Ears above it. I would say that's probably doable. You're still getting a lot of fill here from this, but I mean, that would break the silhouette enough, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd probably wind up coming in and doing something just so you don't have all of this breaking the shape of the face, right?
Right.
And so, it just becomes, a substantially larger ring to get it around a band. But I mean, that's not a big deal. I mean, I make tons of character rings, so that's sort of my jam. So I'm completely down for making character rings. So, and then I think you probably need to skew this a little bit more so it's right a little bit. And now the issue with this is we would then actually bring Buddha's head down so you're overhanging the back of the ring, not the top of the ring. It's much easier to hang out over the knuckle than it is to hang up over the knuckle, right? So you change the position of it, get it more in this vein where it's hanging off the front, right? Because as you can see, well, this one has horns, so it looks like it's hanging off the back, but you can see it's hanging off the front dramatically more than it is hanging off the chin, right?
Oh, interesting. Like a different weight distribution.
Yeah, because when you have it like this, right? See how if I bend my finger up, I'm not hammering myself in the finger, or it's not, I have points and stuff and it's not touching my finger. Where if you wear it like this,
yeah,
I'm stabbing myself repeatedly. So you want to keep most of your overhang off of your knuckle, because I mean, that could be another 3 inches and it's not going to hurt anyone, So that wearability factor really is about, it's not an even distribution. It's much more to the bottom there, you can see. And so, we'd have to reevaluate, where it's hanging off, and then that changes. Oops. This shape again, which is fine, that's no big deal. And then you're probably going to pull that out to blend in. And see how that way it's not losing the shape of the head and it feels like it's going back farther.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Right. And then you just determine what your silhouette is. So see how that looks more incorporated into the ring than just a head slapped onto something?
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah. Or put it in the middle of a ring with radiating shapes out of it or something, because then you're getting that enlightenment halo and it's a much smaller ring. But I would do it this way. I like this,
Maybe both. I like them both.
Yeah, no, I think I would do both of them, to be deadly honest. Yeah, without a question. I would take the head and then do a radial disc where you're doing something like and just make sure this is an even number. And then, so what was that? 72 or 74? Is that what we saw? So half of that is 35, 6, 7. So we go. We're going through the z-axis. Is that what axis are we going through? We are going through the z-axis. 70 or 35, 36 is 72 is 34. move, and okay, so that is not the number. What number did I have? 74. So that should be 35, 36, 37. Right? Oh, I have 32. Okay, I'm sitting here saying this is right, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. That should work. You move. Stop it. Stop. Radio. Bad. Bad radio. X. Down. Radio. Bad. Bad radio. All right. And okay. Bad radio. All right. And now we take this groover. And we're just going to chop his head off. Tilt it. No, that. Okay, and now our center dot. Drag it down. Okay. Bend dark. You know, take something like that and slap that on the side of a ring, you'll get some radial motion going. And, you know, you can make it much smaller then. Make sense? Did I lose you?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, you know, so, and that's a really quick way of, you know, framing it. You know, you can do it as an oval or, you know, whatever, but that just, you know, that all of a sudden makes it about the thing in the center, you know. Point at your object. It's really simple.
Yeah.
Look here. You know, and so I would do that or that, you know.
Okay, cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. I can work on some of that stuff. Thank you.
Awesome.
That's helpful.
Yeah, no problem at all. Have a great one.
You too.
All right. Who's next?
Up next, we have the zip file, Carlos.
Oh, that's right here. I love your texture changes and stuff. I think if you're going to make second eyes, give them the actual depth of the scale of the eye instead of making it look so flat. Especially, you know, in this, you know, this is so puffed out and nice. And this just seems like it's more like a graphic than an actual physical thing. Yeah. The other thing I do or consider doing is, is I think there's a wee, especially these are supposed to be fairly puffy. I think there's a wee bit too much separation in there, and it's simple enough. I would just come back and inflate some of these up so they look like they're actually over and under one another. So you're not getting that cut delineation, but you are getting, you know, a fold detail there. And I think that's a way you could come in and, you know, give this some lumpiness or whatever, where it becomes a little bit more naturalized, I guess. That just gives me a little bit more natural feeling than just things cut into the surface. And here, I would actually probably have this go, because, you know, these ride under this. I would have them actually do what they do and come under that muscle and sort of jumping in, give that a little bit of dimension out. Right, where it's tucking up and under. I'd say some of the things here, just where you're not getting just where it looks like you took a damn standard brush and just cut lines in it. Give it some overlap and some flab, and, you know, I think that helps that. Yeah, so you did a nice job here with these textures going on without them looking like they're coming up and over the edges. I like your little ripply ruffles. And so they might have, instead of just being straight out, you might want to think about it and have them with a little bit more of a kinetic angle there. Because very rarely do fish fins just come straight out. They usually have a little dynamics in there. And that'll also, once again, kind of bring your eye back up to the central character. And here again, I might take these and change the direction so they're actually kind of pointing to the tip. Come say, come ça, one way or the other. But these are organics, so I tend to, you know, have a little bit more of that kinetics in it, you know, like this, where there's a little flow to it. So you can put your fin shapes and stuff in. Just make sure that either they feel mechanical or they feel organic. Because if you're in the middle of it, you know. And I know this is a T pose or A pose or whatever, so you're not. No, you're killing it. It's beautiful. Your character work is great. It's very, very nice. Yep. Unless there are any questions, I think that's really cutting it. I mean, because obviously some of the stuff's not sorted out yet. You know, these are still balls and such, but I like it. I like that this isn't symmetrical. You know, some really nice detailed stuff. Likey. Killing it. All right. All right. So about that bug, I actually asked Paul. So there, I'll ask again because it was right after Summit, but I did mention the bug stuff. So has been brought up. I might need to pile on him at middle of next week. Okay. So yeah, no, of course. No problem at all. I mean, like I said, I never ran into it because, and then the other one, I just assumed my brush was crap. So yeah, no, it's interesting. It's two interesting things. Nope, beautiful. All right, who's next?
Shabam.
You're my mom. Why you gotta be talking about my mom?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes you just gotta talk about your mom, huh? Okay, so let's roll. Llama foot ring. What's this one?
Yeah, it's probably that one. Yep.
This one? Okay.
The dragon head.
Oh yeah. Nice. I like this guy.
Am I lagging? You looking at the wrong model? The dragon head?
The picture?
The model before this one in your tool palette there
This one.
is the head of a dragon.
This one.
This one.
Right on. Okay. I like this model too. Man, you got a lot of little horny, pokey around things. So, first thing I'm going to say is this. All of the stuff over here, label them teeth, cheek horns, and then back horns. Put them in folders so they're organized. Because if you have to change something or need to do something, none of these being labeled and you having no idea what they are, this could be a tiresome thing. So now, let us talk about our little groover here. I would say that I'm assuming that this is still, or is it completely painted? No, okay. So I would assume that this is at a still like a sculptural block up stage. Exactly. My mama jokes. It was my mama's birthday. So I get to make all kinds of jokes about her. Halloween baby. So I would say that obviously I love the block up you know, I think that you're definitely, you got an interesting silhouette. It's cool. You know, it's functional. It's interesting. It's just hard to kind of get persnickety about it, because I don't think that sculpturally speaking you're that far along in the sense of really judging the sculpting stuff. Because I mean, you know, I can see that you understand that these things are penetrating and coming out. You know, I just don't, you know, you haven't taken the time to come in and what, that sounds negative. You aren't at the point where you're coming in and doing, you know, this minutia stuff and you're getting the tension on the edges and blah 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 blah. You know, it just doesn't seem like you're there yet. So, you know, there's no point in going into something like that if you're not there. But I think that you know, your form and shape's awesome. I think it looks good. And yeah, I mean, do you have specific questions at this point?
I don't know that they're here.
Oh, okay. I just don't, you know, I don't, other than talking about the forms, I don't know that there's nothing that's screaming, oh God, you need to fix this at this point. Let's put it that way, you know. And, you know, I think that once you start texturing it and getting things in place, and I think it'll look, you know, you're definitely on the right track for all of that going down. So, I think. Yeah, no, I can't get my brush sort. Oh, it's getting pretty late. That's why I'm like, I don't even know what the hell it did. But no, it looks awesome. You know, is it for miniatures? Is it for, you know, I think that work on the texture and give me a context of what it's for, and I think we can go into stuff. But honestly, it's a nice looking dragon. It has interesting features. I like its big lumpy chin, a huge neck. I mean, he's cool looking. So, you know, give me an idea of what it's for, and then that. And yeah, no, the nose is nice. I always like that chisel nose, sort of axe head nose. But you're definitely getting there. It's great. I think you need to organize. Honestly, this over here is what you need to work on right now, because if you actually have to move this, change this, open its mouth, you're going to throw yourself off a cliff. Okay. If they come in and have a question, that'd be good. But all right, so what's next?
Rahul.
Which one's that? It's not that one. It's not that one. Ah, here we go. Oh yeah. Did someone go see Dune? This Mr. Harkonnen? Or are we just doing fat people?
Did you watch it?
I did.
Cool.
I liked it actually. I think they were actually very, very true to the books. I mean, you know, the books are so dense. You know, I mean, what's the first book? It's like 22 hours of listening. I listen to books on tapes, guys, but you know, it's like, I mean, I think they stuck really well to the stories, and you know, people are like all crabbing that Chani's not in it enough and this and that. I'm like, you all don't understand. This really becomes about the women of Paul, not Paul. You know, Paul gets, actually at this point in the book, Paul's already weird. You know what I mean? He's disassociated. He's not an empathetic character. And so by keeping him empathetic, you have to kind of keep things from happening in the story. And yeah, no, I think they the production design is stellar. I mean, they really keep that lo-fi sci-fi down, where it's post AI, post hyper technology, and it's I think they did a fantastic job. I really do. And I love the story. I grew up reading it, so I mean, it's like the one in the 80s was, well, the one in the 80s, was interesting. And then they did the series, and that was a little closer, but I mean, they stuck to it. I think they did a good one. I'm sorry, the costume design is absolutely awesome. I want to raid that costume house. I'm like, yeah, I want one of those big hats. I would still wear that around everywhere. All right, what do we got here? I love that your anatomy's correct. That's nice. You get the weight and the fat rolls. Lovely. It's interesting, though, because I think his shoulders are a little too far back if we're dealing with realism. Right, because I mean, if he's human. Okay, we're going to go there. So you got your back. Chest. See your shoulder bones like right there. So I think if you just drop the shoulder to where the skeleton would be, and like you can have that kind of fat rollover because of, just the density of the fat. But I think that, because your armpits are beautiful, I mean, your anatomy's good. I think that if you just brought your shoulders into, where this is actually originating from, where the shoulders would be, I don't think it's really changing the fact that you can have that much slop over, coming back out and over. Because see how that, I know that it also makes the arms look broken, but see how that makes it at least appear that it's coming off of the, like it makes sense skeletally. And it's not really that far off, it's just, you just have to think about where that rib cage is sitting. And then where those shoulder joints are. Because I mean, with the straight back and the rollover, I'm assuming you're going to put him in a chair or a throne or set him on something. Yeah, I would just look at your skeleton again and see where that shoulder sits. That's my only issue there. Because this and that.
This is here in chat, and they said it has been a nightmare figuring out the anatomy.
Yeah, well, I mean, the anatomy's beautiful. I mean, like, your armpit stuff is great. I would literally just grab a make like a stick figure. I would use a mannequin, but I can't just mannequins. I guess you could feasibly make one. Hold on. Can I? Z-sphere. Yeah, here we go. Take a picture of it, make a quick mannequin, and then just position it in there. So, because, I mean, really, you're real damn close on most of it as far as I can tell. Where did he go? Okay, I'm at that point where everything is lost. It's not you.
You clicked every one but it. You skipped over it, almost as if intentionally.
Oh, it looked like a bird. In my preview, it didn't look like. So because like, I mean, if you're looking, the belly is extending over the torso, right? So we have the head. So your neck's there. Your rib cage. Spine. Your hip bones, which are then but you had, you know, the shoulders were back here. I would just think of, you know, moving that shoulder joint up. And other than that, I think you're really darn close. I mean, you could argue that, you know, he's sitting more like that, and that would roll the shoulder back a little. But I don't know, it just seems a little disassociated. Yeah, no, once you lose track of your substructure this far, you know, it's melodramatic to say the least. I think it can. That. At the same time. Did I just lose all my... I love it when it kills. Did you just see that? It killed that pass move. I don't even know. I mean, other than the shoulders being odd, I think you're pretty darn close. I mean, you've obviously pushed the scrotum and stuff out because really that would be like way back up in here, you know, and more like that, because once again, that's not stretching that far away from your pelvic bone. But I guess it could be argued that and that, yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, it looks better there. You know, I mean, it just makes more sense where you're not getting that. But I mean, this kind of obesity is really hard to even, you know, find anyone to look at a reference it. So, you know, you're trying to fulfill something that's interesting to look at and anatomy. So I think that, you know, I think you're close. I think you're darn close. I just think that the shoulders looked like they were broken a little, and I obviously haven't spent enough time with it to wrap my head around what that is, but yeah, I think that just bringing that little hump back into the torso is going to help. But this stuff, I mean, your anatomy's lovely. It's great. And like you have the weight distribution and stuff. It looks beautiful. Just look at those shoulders. I think that's the only place.
What about
the size of the hands?
Yep, and feet.
Oh, what's funny? I would say they're pretty darn good. Hold on, let's duplicate. Because no matter what, yeah, that's not what I want. You know, your hand is roughly the size of your face. So if we take the symmetry off. anything, your hand's a little big. Because if you're taking it from chin, you know, to above brow, your hand's roughly the size of your face. You know. So that's probably the actual size of your hand if you were thinking about it. But this is where that whole tiny hand syndrome comes in, where it's like, oh my God, you know, that just looks so tiny. Well, it does, because, you know, let's face it, people are huge. You know, this person is huge. So, you know, getting that exacting in something that's this abstracted, I don't think I would worry. I think the hands are, I mean, you might make them a little smaller because compared to the feet, they look a little big. But, yeah, no, I think for the most part, you're probably pretty safe with that. But if you're really shooting for it, you know, you make the hands and feet just a touch smaller. I'm curious what reason for the ears is.
That I wrote that. I'm curious why they chose to make the ears sort of melting.
Well, well, because the ear is actually attached to the skull. It's not actually going to ride out the same way. You know what I mean? It's a cartilage. It goes into the thing. So in all reality, those ears are still really far out. You know what I mean? Considering the skull. So my assumption would be is that the fat has grown around the ear and is collapsing it in, right? You know, because unlike a beard or a jowl, it's going to continue to grow out, where the ears are actually cartilage attached to the skull. So you can see in all reality, the ears would be gone. I mean, they would be.
So it was more the sort of pointiness of them I was curious about, and they just explained it. This is their reimagining of the Goblin King from The Hobbit.
Oh,
So he's a goblin. That's why they're pointy.
Very cool. Yeah, you know, and to say goblins don't have big hands. Goblins actually have bigger hands and feet. So I would say that, at least in everything I've ever sculpted, hands and feet of goblins are bigger than not. So I would say that you're actually pretty safe with your hand and foot size at that point. I would say either make the hands a little bit smaller or the feet a little bit wider, so the hands and the feet are in scale with one another. Yeah, actually, I would probably make the feet just a touch bigger. Nice. Absolutely awesome. I would just say, look at those shoulders. I could be wrong, but... And now I can't undo. So, for some reason, yeah. It looks absolutely great. It's awesome. Right? It was supposed to be Harkonnen, but now it's a goblin guy. You know, obviously I think that you're not here yet, right? I mean, you know, these have seams in them, and that's why I'm saying you're not there yet. Because as conscientious as this stuff is, I just don't think you've gotten there. So, yeah, no, it's rad. It looks wonderful.
Maybe consider attaching his head to the rest of his body.
Would I?
No, I'm saying. That was a joke.
Nah, forget that. You don't need to do that crap. And actually, if it is a goblin, I would change the proportion of the hands so it looks less human. I would probably make the toes longer and give them bigger joints or something. You know, if you're going to do a goblin, blow out the joints on the hands and stuff so it doesn't look human. Little Pee-wee. Yes, he does. No, looks fantastic. I look forward to seeing it as it's going along. Because you're absolutely killing it. No, that's exactly what a goblin calls it. Pee-wee. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, for all I know, it's a cloaca. I don't know goblin anatomy.
Yeah, what do I know? I've dated a couple, I think, but that's a different issue. All right. Next.
Minutes.
What?
You got 8 minutes. Do you want another model?
Let's call it for that. And let's talk for 8 minutes.
Okay.
All right. How about those Mets? Dune was great. It was so funny. Someone was talking about Dune. They were like, "Oh, I hated it because God, what was it? It was absolutely hysterical." Well, he didn't like the ornithopters, and he didn't like what was. I mean, you can like or dislike the ornithopters, whatever. But I thought they looked great because it was sort of like Apache dragonflies. I like that one. I thought it was pretty good. But come on, what was it? It was so weird. It was like, oh, because the books, all of the Harkonnen have red hair, and because they were bald, that really disturbed him.
Oh gosh.
I'm like,
Basically changes the entire story because that red hair was critical.
well, it was one of the identifiers how you know that she is actually a Harkonnen, but yeah, I think that's probably a little on the silly side as far as, I mean, you know, they were making him austere and creepy, you know, make him bald. Even though I will say that like that weird little curly red hair in the 80s version that what's his name has, that's pretty disturbing. You're like, ooh. You're like, oh my God, what'd they do to you, man? But, you know, whatever. I thought that was a bizarre thing. Because, I mean, they stuck to the script really well. I mean, for what they could, you know. Because you got to think, I started listening to Dune again just to refresh, because I have people who've never even heard of Dune here. So, started refreshing my mind. And where the movie ends is like 8 hours and 45 minutes into a 22-hour book. So, yeah, you know, a lot happens. It honestly, a lot more is going to happen because like all of his transitional stuff has to happen later as opposed to as it's going on, you know, in the book, because he's already having, you know, prophetic stuff and like contemplating. And, you know, you just can't make Paul that unsympathetic that early in a story for us nowadays. People just be like, oh, he's a prick. It's like, well, yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, I think they did a fabulous job of taking their time. And I mean, they didn't take their time, you know, they jammed that out. I mean, as far as the story goes, you know, a lot happens in the book at that point that isn't in the movie. And so, and just can't be. You can't have that much.
Maybe that's why I like the movie and I hate the book.
Because it's, you know, it's 300 hours of reading.
It felt like, I mean, I didn't get through it. I tried several times.
Really?
And it just felt like a really boring economics lesson into a world that lacked a narrative. And I'm sure the narrative was coming, but I couldn't get past the economics lesson.
Well, that's fascinating. I think you'd like it a lot better being read, because
I pretty much only do audiobooks.
Oh, okay. You couldn't make it through the audiobook?
No.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's interesting.
I got to the part where he stuck his hand in the box that hurt him.
That is literally the first thing that happens in the book.
Okay, well then I got through a lot more than that.
I mean, like literally the first thing that happens. He wakes up, He wakes up. His mom's like, "Hey, there's this creepy old lady here. They're actually walking in the garden. Like that's like the first scene of the book. I love that's as far as you made it. You made it like seven minutes into the book.
As I remember, I got a lot further than that, and I can't recall any of it from the.
No, I know. I'm that's priceless. I love that. Hello, Lord Octawood. Yeah, that gives me many a things to think about now. Or at least 8 of them. You know, but the design is stunning. It's really tight design. Because, you know, like I said, I really like that lo-fi sci-fi where it's, you know, it's post-AI war things and, you know, you can't have thinking computers and all of that. And so how do you solve those problems when you have the technology to do it, but you can't use it or won't use it? You know, what is it you do, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, I find it interesting. Yeah, but it was, man, if anyone's ever tried to design a film or hell, design a play where your characters and your teams and your factions all have, you know, design theory and design motif behind them, man, it was gorgeous. It was really, really nice.
Yep.
They did a great job. Actually, we're just shutting down. We have about, would you say, a few more models, 3 more?
Less than 2 minutes and 3 models.
Okay, so yeah, we're just going to do that next week. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are on YouTube, you should hit the like button and subscribe. It's very important to us. And if you want to be alarmed, hit the little alarm bell thing, because I find that very alarming. And if you have any questions, put it in the messages below, and either I or someone else at Pixologic who is more knowledgeable, like someone we have here, Daisuke, will answer that question. Just got home from work. I see how you are.
Got home from work. It's like 4 a.m. in Texas.
No, it's 1:59 here. Texas is no later than we are.
Yes, it is.
No,
3 a.m. in Texas. They are not in the same time zone as us.
they're not.
I mean, he's in Australia anyway.
See, so that has absolutely nothing to do with Texas.
That's it. Yeah. Which is an interesting thing that I know until I read David's username. Every single.
Oh, you used to live in Texas. I see how it is. So I talked to Form Labs and sort of this live chatty thing that we did at the summit where, you know, you take a handful of people and just sit down and chat and sculpt, right? And feasibly talk about different projects, or everybody sculpts one thing, or, you know, just where you have an online little group of people doing it. Because we did that at the Form Labs symposium thing, and that was fascinating because we had scientists and researchers, and, you know, it was a completely broad spectrum group of people. And sadly, we only had enough time to introduce ourselves and chat a little. But, you know, get some of those people, get some of the ZBrush people, and sit around and just talk about, you know, technology, what we're doing, sculpt a little, talk a little about prosthetics, who the hell knows. I think that could be fun if we did that like monthly, where we had just like a little get together thing. Yeah. And I know that Form Labs is pretty stoked on that idea. So, you know, because it'd be fun to have, you know, the prosthetics woman who did the 6th thumb or the 2nd thumb. And she was talking about how they now made it MIR safe. And that I think it was 17 weeks of them tracking the person using the 2nd thumb prosthetic and the brain is already rewriting neural paths to treat it as if it were the hand, because it comes in as a different area, right? You know, it's just this thing. But after however many months they've been working on it, the brain is actually tying it to the hands motor function area. So the brain is actually viewing it as endogenous after about 17 weeks. That's pretty cool.
Hope it never breaks, so they're gonna feel like they lost a
Lost
finger.
a thumb, right? That would suck. I don't have any thumbs. You have 2 of them. I should have 4. But yeah, no, that was kind of interesting. And a lot of the dental technology stuff, we have someone who said they'd help us with that if we wanted. I have to get her email and chat with her because she was pretty cool. Yeah, no, so I think that starting either to stream on Twitch or just stream on YouTube, because you can do it on YouTube now, right?
Stream on YouTube, yeah.
So we just have to figure out how to get GoToMeeting to stream to YouTube.
You get GoToMeeting. Use OBS.
So we wouldn't
from GoToMeeting to YouTube. You
post GoToMeeting and then go to YouTube.
Yeah.
Cool, because GoToWebinar cost a fortune.
Yeah.
Cool. That sounds like a good plan. But, you know, it'd be great to sit down with like Joe Mena and, you know, Daisuke and Sakake and, you know, just get... Right? Exactly. But, you know, just find times and just have interesting conversations with people. And then, you know, that becomes recorded contact that you could use. And I don't know, I think that'd be fun. Because I think that was pretty well received at both of the summits. And that's good content that's not really out there a lot. So you could find people, you know, who that you wouldn't normally get to come out and chat, you know.
Yeah. Like a podcast, but...
Right. But where people are sculpting or showing or, you know, just...
Mm-hmm.
And then you could do that from trade shows or stuff like that as well. And have just like little jam sessions in the hotel room or something. Do you like the jewelry from Into the Fire jewelry? To be deadly honest, I don't know if I know what Into the Fire jewelry is. That's not our friend in Australia, is it? No.
Dimitri something. Where's his name?
Yeah, what you got there, Dimitri? I like his stuff a lot, actually.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, no, his skulls are tight. I like his surface texturing. The aging and texturing he's getting to this is lovely. It's really affordable too. $375. That's not bad at all. No, these are beautiful. His texturing is top notch. His finishing is top notch. These are great. Is that brass? No, it's sterling. I like how he's getting that bronzy, brassy undertone. I'd love to see him in person. Is this someone you know? His horns are nice. No, these are great. How long has he been doing this? I wonder how he's getting that red finishing. Is it enameling?
Which piece? Oh,
With this.
Horned God Half Jaw.
Yeah. No, his texturing's stunning. It was really nice. And if he's really getting that kind of color differentials in the pieces, not just in the photographs,
Yeah.
that's cool.
That red looks like enameling or
A friend of ours uses fingernail polish, like some of the UV curing fingernail polish.
mm-hmm.
And it works great. It's pretty cool. Yeah, no, these are gorgeous. Really,
That's
really nice.
often called enameling in like the pin industry.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's enamel paint, but it's not what we would think of as enamel.
It's interesting its price differentiations, though. Because this one is $2,000 and that other one was like $395. I wonder why this one's
Probably complexity. You might have to cast those horns separately and attach them later.
yeah. I like that he's basically, you can get away with not finishing a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? Where some of this is your casting skin, and he's using that texturing nicely, I think. No, these are gorgeous. Very, very cool indeed. When did he start doing this? About it. I mean, just, his finishes are great. I like them a lot.
All right. That's enough.
Very, very cool. Yep, nope, looks good. He's cool. Without a doubt. Alrighty, righty. I'm out of here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ZBrush, for letting us do this regularly. And Daisuke, thanks for hanging out. I always love your company, my friend. Henry, thank you for your help. Yeah, tons of liver solve. He's doing something else to aggravate or agitate that surface as well. But
Yeah.
hello, Toga. We're just about to leave, and YouTube, hit subscribe and follow. That's really important to us. It really helps us out if you do that. And one day, I might actually start streaming on my thing again at some point. We'll see what happens. Look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. We teach people how to do this stuff. Next week will be me sculpting. I don't know.
Discord.
What? Oh, Discord.
Yes, Discord.
Join our Discord. There you go. Join our Discord.
By ZBrush.
Oh, yeah. And that important thing, if you don't, I just assume everyone owns ZBrush. I can't believe that. So if you don't own ZBrush, come on, man, just go buy ZBrush. It's great. There's ZBrush Core Mini, so you can try it for free. And then ZBrush Core is a limited version of ZBrush, but it's pretty darn cool. And then if you upgrade into ZBrush, ta-da! But yeah, no, I've owned ZBrush for 17 years and I've never paid for an upgrade. It's awesome. It's worth everything you could ever pay for as far as the program goes. It's a great. Yeah, get out there and do art. Don't let people say no. Art. Yes, art. Go art. Yes, we do have stuff about casting, for sure.
We have stuff about casting. We do not have step-by-step tutorials on how to start casting on your own, but they are coming.
But they are coming, yes. But if you have casting issues, we can definitely help you with them.
Yeah.
And equipment selection. It's just, we've had a lot of things to do. And we're only a year old, so it's coming, I promise.
Yeah, I just helped Tony, get all the right equipment to get a little studio set up in his shop. So those videos really are coming.
Cool. That's beautiful. Alrighty. Yeah, that's all I got. Let me figure out how to turn this off. thank you, Ulfair and Jaime and everyone at Pixologic for being so damn awesome. The new version of ZBrush is coming out fairly soon. My guess would be by then the month, but what the hell do I know? I don't know anything, but usually it's a guess. They're not going to let you hang out that late or that long.
I want bas relief.
Right? It's pretty darn cool.
Ow.
It's pretty darn cool. Okay. I will see everyone next week. Have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Be safe and be happy and make art. Make art. Make art. I'm working on it. I have to find the button. Okay, there it is.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.